Hey froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Unicorn Overlord. Thank you so much for stopping by, everyone. And welcome back. It's been 3 weeks since our last stream. It's probably the longest I've ever gone without streaming or uploading things to YouTube. Usually I try to have queued up videos, I just didn't have time. How are you guys all doing? Let's go through the chat here. And first of all, thank you, Timbit, for subbing again to me yesterday while I was gone. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And thank you everyone who stopped by and followed me while I was away. I know Kieran raided into my channel a couple times the last couple of days. Thank you, Kieran, for sharing your audience with me. And everyone new here, welcome in. Kieran, congratulations on being first today. CB, welcome in. Psycho Reaper, it's good to see you. Key Energy, hello, hello. Ash Frost, hello. Cool, it's good to see you. And Ash, thank you so much for the sub as well. 7 months. Thank you for all your support. Majin Orca, welcome to the stream. Scarlet, it's good to see you too. It's good to be back. And Jelly, otherwise known as Jason, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the welcome back. I missed you too. Curious, hello. Willful, hello. And Kieran, thank you so much for resubbing again. You're on your 18-month streak. That's incredible. I can't believe we've known each other for that long. Roughly, more or less. It feels like I've known you for longer. Thank you so much for your support. And Willful, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it too. 13 months. Awesome. Thank you for the hype train going, guys. It's good to be back. I've missed you guys. I've missed streaming. It's bits time. Psycho Reaper, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Hope you guys have been behaving yourselves while I've been gone. I'll just let this play out. Oh, thank you for calling Kirby CB. Oh my gosh, 1,000 bits takes so long, I forgot. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the Kirby lip sync, Ash. So as you guys know, I've been away for the past 3 weeks. I was down in Australia, had a lot of fun there. Unfortunately, I caught a little bit of a cold while I was there, so when I got back, I wasn't able to stream right away. I'm still kind of recovering. My voice is fine, but I have a little bit of a cough, so hopefully that doesn't get in the way, but I did want to get back to streaming, and I wanted to get back to Unicorn Overlord because we didn't get to finish it before I left on my stream, or before I left on my trip, not before I left my stream. So, we are going through the Rapport conversations in this game, and I thought I was going to finish them all before I left on my trip, but we didn't. We got through more than half of them, so we're going to have to finish them today before we dive into finishing the stream. Now, I will do a stream talking about my trip, but I'm going to save it for this upcoming Sunday because I need time to organize all my photos and slap them onto a slideshow, and I'm really lazy, so I will wait to do that. It also means that we'll finish Unicorn Overlord this week, which means that I can get all my Unicorn Overlord VODs kind of together on my channel before we split it with the Australia VOD. Just so the thumbnails look all nice and organized, because, you know, I like doing that. But it's been great, and I had a lot of fun, but definitely missed streaming and gaming and being with you guys. I don't usually go on trips that long, and I'll talk about, on Sunday, I'll talk about why I was gone so long, but usually my trips are only about 1 week, 1.5 weeks, so a 3-week trip is not something I'm used to. So, but it is good to be back. It's nice to be back in my own bed, sleeping a lot more soundly than I was when I was traveling. You know how it is. Also, something else I want to kind of plug while you guys are here. I know a lot of you are Final Fantasy XIV players, and you know that on my channel for the last 1.5 years, we've been doing fight or flight streams, which are kind of my take on Smash or Pass. But to be more on brand, it's like you submit your characters and then we talk about them and then we kind of rank them based on where they would sit on like a fighting tier list, depending on the situations. Our first one was just a, fight with Kiro. The second one was like a snowball fight because it was Holiday Edition. And because Final Fantasy XIV just came out with their new expansion, Dawn Trail, and they just released their new raid series, Arcadian, which takes place in a fighting arena, which is completely my jam, I thought our next one would be a Fight or Flight Final Fantasy XIV edition. So if you have a Final Fantasy XIV character, I would love for you to submit your characters so I can have a look. And your characters don't even have to be like fight oriented. These streams are more about celebrating your characters and going through your characters, reading about them, talking about them, complimenting them. You guys kind of know how I run these. Now, unfortunately, because I know it is Final Fantasy XIV themed, if you do not play Final Fantasy XIV, then I guess you're gonna have to wait for the next Fight or Flight, but don't worry, there will be more. And if you've already submitted, maybe consider sharing it with your friends and telling them all about it, retweeting it, because I would love to have a lot of different characters to look at. It's always fun to kind of do these character showcases. So think about that. Deadline is Thursday, August 15th, and then I plan to have the stream on the following Sunday if things go according to plan, which we know things always go according to plan on this channel, right? So yeah, think about that, consider it, share it with your friends. I would appreciate it. I think that's all I kind of want to talk about today at the beginning of stream, and then we're going to dive right back into Unicorn Overlord. We're going to go through the report conversations. If we have time, we'll also do the rite of the Unicorn and Maiden. In other words, we will get married today, because to get best ending in this game, you need to be married, apparently. And thank you so much for the hype train. I really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. Feels good to be back. Thank you so much for the warm welcome back. So, thank you for the stretch, Kieran. So the characters in Unicorn Overlord, I talked about this on the last video, they have report conversations with each other, which is kind of like support conversations from Fire Emblem. Basically, as characters become friends with each other, they get conversations. Now, not every character has 3 conversations with all their reports. So for example, if you look here, Scarlet has 3 conversations with Elaine and only 2 with Lex. So if you have 2 conversations, it's the first and the third report. If you only have 1 conversation, it's just the first report. If you have 3, then it's all 3. So I've farmed out all the report conversations, and we're just going through them and reading them. None of them are voice acted, so we get to just read them on our own. We went through all the Cornea characters last time, and it took like 5 hours, which I was very surprised it took that long. So we finished up to Tatiana, and now we're moving on to Drakenhold. Now, as we go through these, even though it looks like we're halfway through the list, we're actually more than halfway, because as you progress, the characters actually have less and less reports, because the game development of this game was a little bit rushed. It also means that as we go, right, that means that even if we go through these characters, they've already finished all their report conversations with the Cornea characters, which already excludes a lot of the conversations. So hopefully this won't take us long, but we've been learning some interesting things about the characters, which is kind of nice, and kind of figuring out also who we want to do the rite of the Unicorn with as well. So we'll pick up with Virginia. That's not the right one. We're doing them in order just because it's easier to keep track of. There we go. Impudent cretins, you'll pay for insulting him like that. What's happening here? It's the princess, sir. You have to stop her. What do you think you're doing, Virginia? Oh, just having a civilized discussion with my friends here. As for you, you don't want to know what will happen if I catch you spreading such slander again. What was it they were saying exactly? They claimed you had murdered Queen Alinea. They what? All part of some baseless rumor that you and Galerius have been working together since the day Zenora rose to power. How damn foolish could they be? You're the one who seeks to slay the monster, not enable his reign. Ah, I understand now. Yet I can't begrudge them that. 'Tis only natural to doubt a man who appears after 10 years, claiming himself to be a long-deceased prince. Action alone shall provide to prove those rumors false now. The bastards can't even imagine the pain you've been through. The pressure of carrying the hope of a nation entirely on your own shoulders, the utter despair of losing everything you held dear. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Be that as it may, Virginia, I appreciate your anger on my behalf. Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. Oh, that's the end of the conversation. Hey Moo, welcome to the stream, thanks for stopping by, and hey Blue Moss, it's good to see you guys, thank you. And for those, I'm gonna keep plugging this, but for those of you that are stopping by new and you have Final Fantasy XIV characters, consider sharing them with our community on our upcoming Fight or Flight stream. I'm just gonna keep plugging that because I want enough content. Thanks for dropping by. Let's keep doing Virginia with Elaine. It looks like they have 3 conversations. Well, look who showed up on time. Good kid. Please, Virginia, I'm a grown man, not a child. Then prove it. Take a look at this. A chessboard. Just like we used to play with in the garden at Grand Corinne. Though it was always a one-sided affair in truth, every time I won you'd swear you'd finally beat me in our next game. Yet we were cast half a continent away from each other before I had the chance to make good on that promise. I wasn't particularly pleased about being forced to abandon our rivalry when I was so far ahead either. Lucky for us, the time has come for you to avenge your past failures if you can. I can and I will. You really have gotten a lot better, Elaine. I suppose all this time commanding an army has given you a keener eye for tactical maneuvers. But why did you seem so upset about winning? Tell me something, Virginia. Did you not have anyone to play chess with when you were taking refuge in Drakenhold? I didn't. They treated me well, of course, as an exiled princess from their fallen neighbor. But even as a young girl, I knew the time for games was long over. You're the last person I faced off against back in Grand Corinne. But that makes it all the more fun to revisit it now. Why are you crying? Forgive me. It's only that your strategy remains the same as it was all those years ago. It's a cruel reminder of what this war has stolen from you. The opportunity to enjoy life as every child should. You really are a strange one, Elaine. You don't show a hint of emotion over things said about you, but here you are shedding tears for me. As if you're any different. You're always getting angry on my behalf, regardless of what those around you may think of the matter. Maybe so. I blame that on lack of self-restraint more than anything else. Don't think deeply about it. You know, Elaine, there are only 2 people who could understand the pain we've both been through this past decade, and those people are us. So really, I'm just relieved to know we can be there, to feel those emotions for each other. Well, yeah, I just remembered something else I was going to talk about at the beginning of the stream. But you may notice, looking at the schedule, there's less streams planned this week. And it's probably going to be like that for the rest of August. And part of it's because we finally got into a lull where I've kind of caught up on the games that we were playing. And there aren't that many new releases, like, immediately. That's going to change come September. So I'm taking a little bit of a break. When I say break, it's because I also want to spend time getting back into drawing, which I consistently say I'm going to do and haven't done. And so I'm going to spend some days, instead of streaming, I'm going to be drawing. And I don't feel comfortable doing it on stream yet, but I do want to relearn, because I used to be an artist. Well, I say that loosely, because I wasn't very good. I'll admit, I was not that good. But I just need to get back into it. And the easiest way is to sit down and force myself to do it in practice. And then as I get more comfortable with it, then I can start maybe doing it on stream or just doing it more regularly. Or maybe it'll just stop feeling like a chore and I can kind of add it back to my repertoire of skills, hopefully. So if August is more sparse in terms of streams, don't worry. There's a good reason for it. And I do also have some cool things cooking for you guys in the near to semi-near future, so look out for that. I feel I need to apologize for our last conversation, Virginia. And why's that? I thought it was cute seeing you cry as much as you used to as a spoiled little child. I'm glad you're the only one who ever saw me like that. Probably for the best, yes, but you're free to show me that side of yourself whenever you want. I'll always be there to take care of you, I promise. And I the same, Virginia. Concealed as you were in the foreign land, there were none you could turn to in your times of loneliness. Yet now you have me, present commander of the Liberation Army, and future king to all of Cornea. No longer am I the childish boy who could do naught but flee when Zenoirus struck. Nor am I a helpless prince who needs you to argue on his behalf. Share with me everything you felt in your days of solitude, and I promise we shall bear them together. I don't know, Elaine. I just... Think of nothing else for now, Virginia. With me, all you need to do is speak from the heart. I want to go home. Back to Grand Corinne, and back to our castle. Promise me that we'll live in Cornea again someday, and that we'll do so together, please. I promise. And once we do, we can play in the garden just as we did when we were young. You have my word. I wish it would save my cursor location on this menu instead of having to scroll down every time. Leia is always so willing to do anything I ask of her, but I wonder if there's a limit to how far she'll go. Perhaps I'll put that to a little test. Oh Leia, I just had a sudden craving for fish, and I was hoping I might catch and cook one for myself. Would you care to join me? Gladly, your ladyship, as long as we stay within relative proximity to the fort. Then come, we have accordion trout to hook. If you don't mind, Leia, I was thinking we might head into the mountains to ensnare a local boar next. And once we've returned with our quarry, we can roast it whole for a nice hearty meal. As you wish. I'll summon one of our hunters at once, and prepare our packs for a productive journey. Thank you. I look forward to it. Tell me something, Leia. Why do you not flinch in the face of my exorbitant demands? I'm not certain what you mean. I've grown quite accustomed to your whims over the years, and today's requests are no different. Are you saying I'm always this unreasonable? For me, my princess, serving as your attendant is already far beyond my duty to the Drakenholt throne. In light of that truth, nothing you ask could be too excessive. A fair point, I suppose. Yet I admit there have been some occasions where I felt you overstepped your welcome. Oh yeah? All the same, I've witnessed firsthand how truly fearless you can be as well. There's a trait that has granted me more courage than you might think, and one which makes me forever proud to serve at your side, my princess. That's how you feel, is it? In that case, I've got plenty more requests where that came from. And no one else I would rather turn to than you, Leia. Thank you, your ladyship. Though, do try to keep them within reason, would you? Hey, Ditsenal, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the stretch. Good to see you. Oh, Virginia with Unify. What are you doing over there, Unify? Oh, you know, I was getting kinda hungry, so I'm having a quick snack before we head out. A Bastorius delicacy, I see. Well, it's not really from Bastorius, actually, and I don't think I'd call it a delicacy either. Just a little something Ramona taught me how to make. You want to try? I'd love a bite as long as you're offering. It has quite the aroma, and the flavor's not bad either, though I can't say I love the way it scratches my throat as it goes down. What did you say this was made from exactly? Nothing too fancy, just some bugs I pulled out of the snow. They last for months if you boil them and dry them out, so they're the perfect snack when we're on the move. Did you say bugs? Yep, and there's plenty more if you want another handful. Uh-oh. Someone, come quick! I think Virginia's in shock! Okay, this is kind of relevant to that conversation and my trip, so I guess I'll talk about this now, which I'll also talk about on Sunday. But while I was in Australia, one of the common foods there was something called Moreton Bay bugs. And they're basically a type of shellfish that you find in Moreton Bay, which is near that part of Australia, and they're kind of like small lobsters. They're basically like small lobsters, and they taste kind of like somewhere between a shrimp and a lobster. They're quite good, but because they're called Moreton Bay bugs, which is quite a mouthful, a lot of places down there just call them bugs. So on a lot of menus, you'll just see like, they'll just say bugs, or like a section that just pork, beef, shrimp, bugs. And if you don't know what they are, you might look at that and be like, bugs? Really? But luckily, the first restaurants we encountered spelled out the whole thing, so we understood it for the rest of the trip. But it's kind of funny. They just call them bugs down there. But they don't actually mean like, you know, insect bugs or, again, like lobster things. I must say, I never have relished the heat here in Drakenhold. And yet you refuse to let a barber's blade anywhere near those flowing locks of yours. It would help, you know. Perhaps, but long hair is a defining feature of the man I've made of myself. In any case, I've grown used to it by now. Somehow I doubt I'll ever understand you. Tell me though, do you ever dream of letting your hair down, as Queen Alinea so famously used to? I can't say I do. My aunt was an amazing woman, but my respect for her comes from actions, not appearances. Not to mention the incessant burden long hair possesses in battle. It is a problem, yes. But such hurdles can easily be overcome with enough experience. Hair can even serve as a weapon if used correctly. Yes, say whatever drivel you want. It's the truth. Imagine dodging an enemy's attack at the last possible moment. You twist your body just so, wrapping your luxurious mane snug around their weapon. And ensnared in such a manner, there'll be nothing they could do against a strike of your own. You can't be serious. I am indeed. Not only that, but you could even use your hair as a whip in close-quarter combat. Aim for their eyes, rob them of their sight, and the day will surely be yours. Okay, but Aramis, if your hair gets caught on their weapon and they pull on your head, well, there goes your head, man. I admit I've never considered it like that. If you really think it can aid me in combat, I might be willing to learn. Ha! Forgive me for getting your hopes up, Virginia. It was nothing more than a little joke at your expense. Yeah, I kind of figured that he was joking. He's not that dumb. Loathsome ingrate, how dare you? I'm sorry, truly. It was a temptation I simply couldn't shy away from. Now then, I fear I can bear this heat no longer. Farewell. Prince Ludwig. He was nothing short of stiff and formal when we first met, but it seems life in the real world has changed him. For the better, I'd say. Hey Leon, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Good to be back, good to be back. Hey Aru, hello. Welcome in, guys. This is quite the revelation, Virginia. I never expected you to so earnestly wield the arts I crafted in mere jest. I admit I heard rumors of your unbridled ways, but I know them to be true myself. Trust me, I'm just as surprised as you are. But joke or no, this sparring session has more than proven their potential. My only worry is that luscious hair of yours. I trust it's not come to harm. There's no telling how my brother might react to such news. And what does Gilbert have to do with this exactly? Anyone would lament knowing a precious jewel has suffered damage not long after leaving their care. If he thinks me a jewel, he's awfully poor at showing it. Ah, of course, this must be another one of your jests. take this the wrong way, Ludwig, but I much prefer you as you are now. You're far, far easier to get along with. You have an unorthodox taste for a noble princess. I doubt anyone from my home would agree with you on that point. In fact, those who once knew me as a prince still strive desperately to see even a shadow of the man I used to be. Well, not me. I have no fondness for the stiff formality of a royal court myself, nor for your past self. For once I find myself at a loss for words. Then just listen for a second. No matter what life you choose from here on, you'll always be Aramis to me. And that's how I plan to address you, as a simple sellsword, not the heir you once were. I'd like that very much, thank you. Now then, Virginia, you clearly have much to teach me, both in the ways of the world and those of combat. I only hope we find the chance to spar again soon. We surely will. After all, I'd never shy away from an easy victory. Hey, Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for calling Kirby. I really appreciate it. Again, since more of you pop by, I'm going to keep plugging this. If you have a Final Fantasy XIV character, consider sharing it with me so we can review them on a future stream for fun and celebrate each other's characters. I do enjoy looking over people's characters. So we're looking for Virginia Gilbert. Oh, right here. I have to say, Gilbert, it's good to see you actually know how to use that sword of yours. Most of the time, you just stand back and let Leia or Ermin do all your fighting for you. It almost made me wonder if the blade at your waist was mere decoration. But you proved otherwise in that last battle. It's a relief to hear, and I assure you I never meant to conceal my prowess, neither from you nor anyone else. Oh, then what would you say to a little sparring match? I would refuse, of course. Come now, it'll be fun. Not to mention the scandal you might face in failing to meet a challenge from the Princess of Cornea. Huh, I suppose I have no choice then. I always knew you would come around. You might act all composed and rational, but we both know you can't resist a proper contest. It would be endearing if it wasn't so predictable. I'm well aware of my failings, thank you, though strangely enough I only seem to succumb to them when I'm with you. Oh, do go on. We've spoken long enough already. If you wish to spar, let us do it now before my next strategy meeting. Don't worry, I'll make sure this is over quick. Huh, just spare me the sobbing when you're soundly beaten. It seems the match is yours yet again. One victory in every 3 bouts is quite the damning proportion, Virginia. Powerful though your attacks may be, you shall always struggle if you remain so blatantly ignorant of your opponent's intentions. Our positions might well be reversed if only you remember to dodge every now and then. Maybe so, but you can't expect me to get out of the way of everything. That's what my shields are for. All the same, you mustn't rely on that alone. The same applies in battle as well. Truthfully, my blood runs cold every time I watch you charge forth alone. Is that why you always ask to keep me in your unit? Because you're worried about me? I can't deny that. What's more, I suspect I have more confidence in giving you orders than anyone else in our entire army. Even more than Elaine. It's not a competition, merely a matter of who is able to keep your violent inclinations in check. It sure sounds like a competition. You just can't resist, can you? To be honest, Virginia. What is it? I've always felt you were my better from the day we first met. You fled to Drakenhold entirely on your own, held firm to your Cornean pride as a member of a royal family. Never once lost hope you would one day reclaim your birthright, and having watched you overcome such great adversity, I began to despise my own cowardice. 'Twas then I resolved to never again succumb to its grasp, to don my father's mantle and restore Drakenhold to its former brilliance. Am I hearing this right, Gilbert? Are you claiming you got your competitive edge from me? Huh. Why do you laugh? Oh, nothing. Just thinking I can go for another sparring match or two. I see your lust for blood is truly insatiable. Given our shared reluctance to admit defeat, I fear this match shall never truly come to an end. That's fine by me. The day one of us gives up is the day we both lose something irreplaceable. but somehow I can't see that ever happening. I suppose not, no. Yet be warned, Virginia, this next victory shall be mine as well. We'll see about that. We haven't seen too many rapport conversations with Gilbert just yet. I do like Gilbert, but we don't really know that much about him. So hopefully as we go through the Drakenhold characters, we learn more about him. Stop right there. Well, look who it is. Prince Gilbert's prized hostage. You really have to be so incessantly aggressive? That's hilarious coming from you. So, you need something? I want to know where you're skulking off to. You're not planning to sell us out to Zenoira, are you? Good guess, Princess, but no. Betraying the liberation's not in my best interest. And if it were, you'd never even see it coming. But don't worry, I'm not looking to cross the Prince, or Travis for that matter. Heard that there's some bandits making camp to the north of here. Thought I'd clear them out before it became a problem. What? That's it? Then let me join you. Not a chance. You're doing plenty already guarding the camp. Besides, I'm not too keen on babysitting a royal pain in the neck. Sorry, not what I meant. I'm just used to fighting alone is all. Huh, you dare imply I can't handle myself in battle. And that's not it. Our countries have got enough bad blood as it is, Virginia. Imagine how much worse it'd get if you died on my watch. You don't need to explain my own affairs to me, thank you. And I'm more than capable of pulling my weight against a lowly band of brigands. Suit yourself. Way I hear, these bandits put traps all over their camp. One wrong move and we'll end up tied up in a cage. Or worse. So if you insist on coming with me, I need you to follow my orders down to the letter. Think you can do it? Forget who you're dealing with. It won't be a problem. Yeah, she's actually pretty reliable as long as you keep her reined in. What was that? Oh, nothing. Now come on, we got work to do. Oh, we never actually get to find out the conclusion of that. They just kind of go off and beat the bandits on their own off screen. Too bad. Okay, Leia's turn. I've been curious, Leia. How did you come to enter Gilbert's service? Through my duty to the royal court, of course. Even at a young age, I often attended to the late King Hugo. 'Tis the rule of your family, then, to maintain the brilliance of Drakenhold's crown. No. If I may speak plain, I never knew my parents. From what I've been told, I was left at the gates of Castle Soldraga as a newborn. Forgive me, I didn't mean to assume. As the story goes, King Hugo found me there, crying and alone, and took me in to be raised by one of the court's many wet nurses. He treated me almost like his own daughter, at times brushing my hair and doing whatever he could to ensure I felt comfortable. It's only through his kindness that I stand here now, and that of Gilbert, who has continued that habit in the years since his father's death. I sincerely can't say if I even hail from Drakenhold to begin with, yet I know one thing for certain. I owe my life to the royal family. Understandably so, yes. Thinking about it now, I find it hard to tell if it was sympathy which motivated King Hugo to take me in, or if he was purely struck by a passing fancy. But my stance on the matter will be forever unchanged. I know how you feel, Leia, at least to an extent. Much of the reason I was impelled to survive was because I had to do so for the sake of my lineage. No matter how hard I wished it was love and only love. Yet whatever the reason, the fact still remains that I was saved, and in light of that truth, I have nothing but the utmost gratitude. You have wisdom beyond your years, my prince. Know that I shall ever hold the same gratitude deep in my heart. Hey Angora, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. This one's all the way up here. Leia! Is everything alright, my prince? It is now, yes. In truth, it looked from afar you were standing here crying. But it seems the light of the moon was playing tricks on me. Ah, I'm fine, yes. Though at times after everyone else has gone to sleep, I find myself succumbing to a sudden rush of loneliness. A sensation which can only be swept away by the gentle evening breeze. I felt the same myself ever since I was but a boy. The silence of night tends to invite all manner of merciless thoughts. Back on Palavia, I often solved it through walks by the shore, staring out at the endless expanse of Black Ocean. It frightened Joseph to no end to wake up in the middle of the night and find me missing. Something similar happened to me once. Having slipped out of bed to roam Soldraga's dark castle halls, I came across King Hugo doing just the same. I feared the worst, of course, but rather than scold me, he simply ushered me back to my room and began to sing. That was the first lullaby I ever heard, a warmth I had never experienced before. In that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if that was what it felt like to have parents of my own. It's a lovely memory indeed. I'm not certain I bear the aptitude for a song that King Hugo did, but if you'd like, I would be glad to stay at your side until the tide of sleep eventually rolls in. Should you not be getting rest yourself, my prince? Worry not, Leia. I'm wide awake, having just come from a war council, so I'd love to keep you company for a while, assuming you don't mind. Perhaps you could tell me more of King Hugo while I do. I would very much like that. And thank you for always treating me with such ample kindness. Now, when I was just a girl of only 7 or 8, I must say I didn't expect to be identified so quickly. Here I thought myself a more masterful liar than that. Honestly, I did think myself mistaken at first. Your mannerisms aren't quite what I would call royal. But there's no hiding the eyes of our late king. I'd rather you not make the comparison. I've long since abandoned my noble blood. Still, it's only natural you see him in me. I know you bore a deep love for my father. Then you also know I have to ask, why did you forsake his throne? As your brother has said, there are many among your people who wish for your return. And you, Leia. What is it that you wish for, the man who did nothing but watch as his father perished? Well, until his dying breath, my king desired the prosperity of Drakenhold above all else. Yet I'm certain he would be grateful to see his eldest son survive this war, no matter how that came about. And I feel much the same. Now cease this senseless self-loathing, please. To be frank, when I realized it was you who stood before me, there was no anger in my heart, only relief. Which is why you kept my identity hidden, instead of using your knowledge of it against me, that is. What duplicity are you implying? Forgive me, I didn't mean to discredit your loyalty. In any case, thank you for not doubting my intentions, and for idolizing my father so dearly. Okay, so we're getting more Leia backstory. Leia with Gilbert. Tell me, Leia, how fare your efforts of late? Well enough, your majesty. All is as calm with the princess as could be expected. Ah, allow me to reword the question. Is there anything you desire, Leia? A simple wish, a displeasure to stifle, or perhaps a dream left unfulfilled? Where is this coming from exactly? Long have you dedicated your life to my well-being, yet I rarely hear you speak a word of your own aspirations. If there's anything I could do to better your days, you need merely say so. In that case, I already have what I want, to serve you and our nation for as long as I live. I suspected you might say as much. Very well then. I have no choice but to supply you with a sizable jar filled to its brim with the pickled radishes you love so dearly. Please, my king, I can never accept such a lavish gift. Yet, accept it you shall. That is, unless you have another request to make of me. Well, I suppose I do have one dream. I'd very much like to gaze upon a three-headed beast. Is that so? I know the idea to be a fictitious one, but they appeared in every last of my favorite stories as a child. It's a challenging ambition to fulfill, yes, but I'm glad to hear you voice it, even still. From this day forth, I shall scour all of Fevrith for even the most tenuous mention of a three-headed beast. You don't think it childish, your majesty? Of course not. No dream could ever be too fanciful, but that's precisely what makes them dreams, you see. Now, my search shall take time, but I'll be glad to provide you with literature from the castle library in the meantime. Thank you, truly. Oh, interesting. I like Leia, now that we're kind of hearing more about her and different sides of her personality besides just serving Virginia. Your Majesty. It's quite unlike you to be so agitated, Leia. What is it? I finished reading the literature you compiled for me. In truth, each volume was even more marvelous than the last. I'd never heard such peculiar anecdotes regarding three-headed beasts before. Now I've never seen you quite so relaxed, Leia. Oh, forgive me, Your Majesty. It seems as though I've forgotten my station. Please, you needn't apologize. I actually prefer it that way. 'Twas for this very reason, in fact, that I offered you those books in the first place. For as long as I can remember, the only expression which crossed your face was that of austere formality. While I'll not discount your devotion to the throne, no amount of devotion will fill your heart as happiness can. But Your Majesty... Furthermore, what hope have I of bringing joy to my people if I can't do the same for the woman who stands beside me? Is there something the matter? I wish I could say there wasn't, but I can't overlook my earlier loss of composure. Even if you and I were the only souls here to witness it, the fact still remains. I betrayed our standings and disrespected you all the while. Enough, Leia. Your joy is one and the same with my own. And there's nothing disrespectful about a simple smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. I may not always show it, but there's no greater pleasure in life than standing in your service. And there's no greater smile than yours. Aw, that was sweet. We need more Gilbert conversations. Oh, this one is it? Oh, yes, it is. Do you recall when we first met Lady Berengaria? It was during a royal ball at Castle Soldraga 10 long years ago. Sorry, can't say I remember you. It's strange, though. I don't think I'd miss sight of hair like that. Wait a second. I was at the ball, but the only blue I saw was a little bird perched on the prince's shoulder. That must have been you hiding in the dark of his shadow. A blue bird? They're supposed to be good omens, you know. So when I saw one with the prince, I took it as a sign that things turned out just fine. And yet, it wasn't long until war broke out and our lands fell to Zenora. Quite far from the symbol of hope you thought me as. If anything, I was more akin to a curse inflicted upon the late king for ever daring to shelter me. Easy there. I meant what I said. Well, I'm not going to try and pretend to know what the king saw in you. Well, let me tell you how I see it. A good omen doesn't automatically mean things will be all diamonds and roses. No, they're little more than a reminder that nothing comes without hard work. Motivation, then, not a guarantee. Just like the monuments we build after a war. They're not idle wishes for peace, but a warning of what might happen if we don't strive to protect it. So back at the ball when I saw that bird, I thought about my family, about a life of happiness, and how hard I'd have to fight to make it real. Can't say I think any different seeing you now. Anyway, take care of that hair of yours. I will. Perhaps the king himself fought for much the same wish. Oh, we haven't seen too many Bertrand conversations. Ah! Lower your blade, Leia. I'm not some wild beast if that's what you're worried about. Forgive me, Sir Bertrand. In this dark, all I could see was your massive frame and fur-clad ears. I thought you were an animal come to devour our rations. A natural assumption, if anything. I'd be more concerned had the sight not put you on edge. Still, I worry what might have happened had I swung at you by mistake. If only we had a way to set you apart, even at a glance. By the way, what is it you're holding? Flowers for my son. The anniversary of his death is fast approaching. I'm sorry. It's alright, I won't be there to lay them on his grave, given the progress of our march. Yet I thought to at least gather his favorites and carry them with me in remembrance. This may sound like an odd suggestion, Sir Bertrand, but have you considered affixing one of those flowers to your armor? Ah, to set me apart, as you mentioned before. That's actually not what I meant. In a sense, it might help you feel like your son is still here, traveling beside you all the while. No flower lives forever, of course, but it should last through his anniversary at least. Then I'll do just that. Thank you, Leia. And you, my son. As deeply as I yearn to see you again, I fear our reunion will have to wait. Aw. Kit, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. Hello, welcome in, everyone. It's good to see you guys. Did you have fun with Kit today? Give you a shout out. Please join us in following Kit, an amazing VTuber, Fox Witch themed, also an amazing raider in Final Fantasy XIV. He's been progging recently and getting really good at playing Black Mage, so I hear. So please go check him out if you want some excellent Final Fantasy XIV content or otherwise, and some awesome raiding and excellent gameplay. So please go check him out. He's super cool. How are you guys doing today? Let's see. Silogian, welcome in. And Matero, hello, hello. Hope you guys all had a good time with Kit. I'm Kiro, the frog-themed martial artist, and I just came back from a 3-week vacation, so we are streaming after a little hiatus, playing some Unicorn Overlord, having some fun, and thank you so much for joining me and sharing your audience. And I'm gonna keep plugging this since you guys are here. If any of you are Final Fantasy XIV players, I'm doing a upcoming stream where you submit your Final Fantasy XIV characters to me, and we talk about them, we tier list them, and we also just generally compliment and talk about how awesome everyone's characters are. So if you're interested in that, feel free to submit before next Thursday, or share it around and tell your friends, because I would love to see more people's characters. Feel free to sit back and relax after your stream, or go take care of yourself. I really appreciate you being here, Kit. Thank you, thank you. We're going through some support conversations with a bunch of the characters before we round out the game. So just a lot of reading today, but good character development as well. We finally have another conversation with Amalia. We've only seen a couple of hers, because she doesn't have very many. Oh, Amalia, I didn't realize you were out here. Oh, it's you, Gilbert's, My name is Leia. Right, sure, so you need something. Forgive me the sudden request, but I was wondering if you might honor me with a sparring session. Revenge match, is it? Fine by me. I hoped you would say that. Now let us commence. Ugh. You held your own pretty well back there, but it looks like I win again. Thank you for agreeing to this, Amalia. You show me just how far I've yet to climb. Hey, I'm always happy to lock swords for a bit. And if that makes you feel any better, that was like night and day compared to our fight at the Coliseum. You've gotten good at keeping up the pressure and didn't waste even the slightest movement. There was a real flow to it too, almost like a strong, steady river. Not to mention your aim, every strike was heading straight for the gaps in my armor. It's a perfect strategy for someone your size to topple a brute like me. Do you truly mean that? To be honest, hearing such words fills me with confidence. Especially after how easily you swatted me away when we first met. In that moment, I swore to rededicate myself to my training. So I'd like to spar with you again sometime, if you wouldn't mind. Just say the word and I'm there. You have my thanks, Amalia. And with that, I take my leave. Farewell for now. Damn, better train harder if I don't want to end up on the end of her sword. Hey, Title Knocked! Welcome to the stream! Aiden, it's good to see you after so long. Hope you're doing well, hope you're enjoying the new expansion. Thanks for dropping by today. Okay, so now we're on to Prim. You and Hilda tend to get along, Prim. For sisters, I can't imagine two more different people. Well, thinking back on it now, I've always felt this impossible distance between us. She excelled at anything she laid her hands on, while I was a bit more clumsy and reserved. And once she met her wyvern, that distance only grew all the greater. I can understand why. Though I had often watched from afar whenever she went to the mountains to greet her newfound friend. All I wanted was to be close to her. But being the portly girl I was, I feared the wyverns were more likely to eat me than welcome my presence. I hadn't realized they feed on humans. Oh, they don't. I was just young and afraid, more than anything. Life went on as normal for a while, Hilda braving the mountains alone with me following behind at a distance. Until one day a band of wyvern poachers found me and took me captive. How did you end up getting away? Hilda and her friend came to rescue me, of course. And from that day forth, the three of us spent time together just about every day. Meaning you finally had the bond of sisterhood you desired. Exactly. Or at least I did. The plague struck our home not long after. I left the region in search of anything that might lead to a cure. But that just makes me even happier that I finally got the chance to see her again. Thank you for that, Elaine. Would that conversation go differently if you don't recruit Hilda? I mean, technically she does get to see her, but... like, I wonder how many of these conversations actually change, because they actually mention a lot of other characters in other people's conversations, which is good. And in some cases, it's characters that you are required to recruit anyways, but what about the ones that are optional? Do they come up with that for every single, like, opportunity? Ah, that soldier needs my help. You mustn't, Prim. It's too dangerous. Even so, I won't abandon him to his fate. Wait. I'm sorry, Elaine. I just couldn't stand there and watch while that poor man lost his life. But I wasn't planning to throw my own away either. I've actually found myself in a similar situation once before, thrust into battle without even a moment's notice. And things seem to work themselves out then as well. Perhaps so, yet you can't always rely on sheer luck to see you through such fits of danger. Assuming such fortuity is what emboldens you now, then you had best forget it ever happened. Would you still say that, knowing the battle I speak of? It was the day we first met, Elaine. Was it now? The midst of combat was the last place I wanted to be, as I'm sure you can imagine. Yeah, Aramis just kind of booted her out in the middle of the battlefield, I remember that. But if I hadn't been there, you never would have found me, nor would I have ever thought to join the Liberation. In my eyes, that fortuity is quite an important memory. And in yours too, I think. So don't even consider telling me to forget it. Prim, not that my past blessings had anything to do with today. Even if the world itself was conspiring against me, I still wouldn't have left that soldier to die. Forgive me, please. I only said what I did out of worry for your safety. And I understand how you feel as well. I often find instinct takes over in such life or death circumstances. Yet if you're ever going to charge off like that, I merely ask you bring me with you. I just couldn't bear to see you alone again. Then you won't have to, Elaine. The next time this happens, I'll make sure you're right there with me every step of the way. I promise you that. Better be careful, Elaine. If you flirt with every single person in your army, there's gonna be some ugly things happening later on. Moment of your time, Prim. I believe I've come up with an adequate reward for you. Does that have something to do with all of these soldiers? Indeed it does. Members of our army who have found themselves on the receiving end of your magic. If you would, everyone. Lady Prim, we're forever grateful for the healing you provided us. Hooray for Lady Prim! Long live Lady Prim! The angry music. Well, what did you think? I have to say, I felt almost like royalty for a second there. It's just the kind of surprise I'd expect from someone like you, Sir Aramis. It seems you didn't enjoy it, then. That's not what I meant. It was just quite a new experience for me. Still, I'm not sure I could handle a parade in my honor every time I want a reward. Yes, I suppose it wasn't the most practical of ideas. Spectacle aside, though, I did enjoy being applauded like that. It reminds me of when I was young, actually. My sister always used to tell me when I'd done a good job. usually accompanied by a nice long hug. Interesting. In that case, I have no choice but to do the same. But are you sure, Sir Aramis? I am, though you'll need to let me know each time you accomplish something noteworthy. Only then will I be able to tell you what fine work you've done. This is getting to be a bit more effort than I bargained for. Ah, but before I forget, we only emerged victorious in yesterday's battle thanks to your magic. You performed admirably indeed, Prim. How glad I am to have freed such a gorgeous blossom from her Drakenhold jail cell all those many days ago. Thank you, Aramis. I'm not sure my heart could handle receiving a reward like this with every new achievement. Aramis just like concocted like an introvert's worst nightmare, or like worst nightmare for someone with like anxiety. Just have a million people come at them shouting thanks. Hilda, I've been asked to do a little shopping in the city. I was wondering if maybe you'd like to join me. I'd be glad to, as long as it doesn't take all day. Come, let's be off. Ah, that store over there has the most wonderful galettes if you're feeling hungry at all. I am, but we're not here for lunch, Prim. Why don't we bring some back to camp for later? Are you sure we can't stop just for a moment? I've been wanting to take you here ever since I first tried the place myself. We can't even set foot in the market yet, let alone purchase the things we need. Oh, come on, there'll be plenty of time for that later. Hey, quit pulling! Look at this hairpin, Hilda. It's perfect for you, don't you think? Enough, Prim. The others will think we've gone missing if we keep making childish detours like this. It's okay. I already told them we'd be back late. Now, follow me to that store over there. I'm sure you'll love it. Well, that should be everything they asked for. If only it hadn't taken hours to get it all. That was some journey for one simple errand. I must have gotten a little carried away there. Sorry. I guess I was just excited to be spending time with you again. Prim, but I suppose it can't last forever. Let's go back to camp, Hilda. Wait. I want to do this again sometime. On our own. I mean, not for someone else. And when we do, I'll have to pick out a new hairpin for you instead. You really mean that? Oh, I can't wait. Oh, now we get to the unlikely pairings, Prim and Humorous. Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. This land is incredible, isn't it? So many flowers, so much green. It must be quite a change from the barren red expanses you're used to. It is. I come from a particularly arid region of Drakenhold, where plant life doesn't dare to grow. So the only flowers I ever encountered were the ones I imported from my medicines. Does that mean this is your first time seeing them in bloom? Well, yes. The truth is I had never actually left Drakenhold before joining the Liberation. But now that I have, it's quite a moving sight. I understand exactly what you mean. Though to be frank, it only reminds me how foolish I was for turning my beloved garden into a place of war. Sorry. I'd like you to have these, Prim. They're flower seeds from the shores of Albion. As long as you give them the proper care and attention, they'll grow anywhere, even the most unforgiving of soils. Though I don't expect you'll have the chance to plant them until the war is over. Oh, thank you, Humorous. My entire life I've dreamt of seeing my home covered in fields of beautiful flowers. And once it finally is, maybe then people will stop wanting to harm our lands with all this endless conflict. That's an admirable thought. I'll do whatever I can to help make it a reality, Prim. I'd like nothing more. What are you doing out here, Dinah? You should be back inside where it's warm. Things were different when I was a kid, you know. The Stories was a country of Bestrels and no one else. I'm sorry? But every so often we get human merchants coming in from the rest of Fevret to sell their wares. For us kids, it was the most exciting thing you could ever imagine. I suppose all children love the same things, no matter where they're from. One day I bumped into one of them by himself. Nice guy, huge smile. He even gave me a necklace, long as I agreed to tell my friends about his store. So I did just that. Showed it off to anyone I could find, always repeating exactly what he told me. If anyone else wanted one for themselves, all they had to do was stop by his ship after sundown. Of course, I didn't realize this at the time. That was the last I'd ever see of them. What? Sometimes I think no matter what fights us Bestrels get into, there are some lines we just won't cross. Abducting kids, for example. But humans, they'll do whatever it takes to indulge their own greed. It's terrifying beyond belief. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Dinah. Some might say I'm naive for thinking so, but I still have faith in the light of humanity. I wouldn't be much of a cleric if I believed otherwise. But at times I felt the same fear myself, come face to face with the darkness in our hearts. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag down the mood. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Same with Elaine and the rest of the gang. So yeah, it might take some time, but I am trying to move on. Promise. Huh. Dinah would have had some words to say to that, slaver dude that we didn't kill, but also didn't join us. The one with the curly hair. Somehow, like, repented by standing guard at the orphanage where he was literally abducting people. Still kind of messed up if you ask me. Now Berengaria, I love Berengaria. She's so cool. Well, if it isn't everyone's favorite little workhorse. Please, Berengaria, you needn't patronize me. I'm not, just thought you could use a bit of friendly teasing is all. If everyone keeps treating you like some kind of perfect commander, you'll always feel like you're stuck acting the part. That would be rather stifling, yes. But you and me, we barely know each other. Which means we're free to just breathe. Be ourselves without giving a damn what anyone else thinks. Huh. I suppose it would be rather odd letting my guard down amidst my royal retainers. Right? I wouldn't want to be caught dead talking to my men like this either. You know, Berengaria, I believe that's the first time I've ever seen you laugh like that. You got a problem with it? Not at all. It's almost stunning in a way. Make fun of me again will be the last thing you do. That's not my intent, I assure you. Just a little friendly teasing, as you put it, but I promise I meant every word. Me. Stunning, huh? Can't say I've ever thought of myself like that. I don't think anyone's called me it either. But it feels pretty good knowing you think so. I don't get it. Why do you keep talking to me like this? Well, perhaps because I enjoy your company, and the chance to let my guard down, of course. But I'll be sure to keep my distance more often if it troubles you so. Listen to me, Elaine. You know how you said before it's a good thing we barely know each other? Well, there's a downside to that too. Meaning what precisely? There's no telling when one of us might turn on the other. But that's how it goes when you're practically strangers. It's not a damn thing keeping us together, so one wrong move, whole thing falls apart. Not that I'm planning to put a knife in your back anytime soon. But if Corny and Draconhold ever went to war again, you know which side I'd pick. Nothing personal. And then you mean to say that all of this was for naught? That you would betray my trust without the slightest hesitation? Or perhaps I've always been a simple pawn in your grand schemes? And that's what you want to believe, so be it. Just know I really have enjoyed our little chats. Especially when you get all defensive about me deserting you. Is this a matter of joke to you, Berengaria? Sorry, I guess I'm just surprised to see you care so much. But maybe that means we're not the strangers I thought we were. Let's just hope our countries don't get in the way of that. Yes, let's. Berengaria. Too cool. Oh, she has a conversation with Gilbert. Because we already did her once with Travis and Bruno. Ah, Berengaria, how are you feeling? Better, thanks. Sorry about all that. There's no trouble in the slightest. Though I must ask, why do you not stand by Travis to comfort him in his time of need? First, let me tell you what it was like getting put under that bastard Baltro's control. Thoughts of my brother were the first to go. I was consumed, haunted by an all-encompassing thirst for vengeance. And then silence. No cares in the world, no worries, no pain. Almost like I was fast asleep at the bottom of the ocean. It made me wonder if things weren't better off that way. Hence you feel guilt for ever succumbing to its allure. It was all nonsense, of course. Now that I have my body back, the only thought I've got left for Zenora is hate. Yet there's not a person alive who doesn't wish to let go of something. Countless souls suffer under the weight of those who expect them to be, myself included. You understand, then. After what I've done, Gilbert, I don't deserve to stroll back in like nothing happened. No matter how much I want to pull him close and apologize, I feel wrong for even reaching out my arm. I abandoned my own brother when he needed me most. Abandoned myself too. But I'm fixing things little by little. Getting my revenge is just one small part of that. Appreciate the concern, though. I imagine Ludwig thinks much the same as she does. Yet whether or not he feels he deserves it, there's no greater ally nor friend than your very kin. But that he could see it himself. Oh, what? So that's their only conversation? I feel like there should be more of a follow-up to that. Darn it. Hey, Danger Gel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. I must know, Aramis, do you still plan to continue on as a mercenary even after the war? I'll not be returning to the royal family if that's what you ask. Has abandoning your lineage not proven difficult at times? It has, though I believe my actions have troubled Gilbert far more than they have myself. At first I struggled greatly to conceal my identity. After all, I had been instructed in the arts of the royal blade from a very young age. Yet in order to conform to my surroundings, I cast those teachings aside and began to emulate the mercenaries around me. Which was no small feat, mind you, given the inferior craftsmanship of their blades. But before long I found myself growing used to the metal's many defects. As I did, I began to prove, in a way, that I needn't let my bloodline define who I am. Ah. It was all mere rationalization in the end, a vain attempt to flee from the errors of my past. With every swing of my mercenary's blade, I question why I even still roam this earth. Why I should live while my failings caused the demise of so many others. Yet death was not the answer I sought, not while I knew that Gilbert was still alive. And now he has finally reclaimed our lands from Zenora's clutches, owing entirely to you. It's not my acceptance he fights for, but yours, Aramis, whether it be his duty as your king, or simply as your loving brother. Then it would seem I have no choice but to live on, both for my nation and for Gilbert. If I may, Aramis, what do you intend to do once this war reaches its conclusion? What more can a wanderer hope to do than continue to walk the wanderer's path? Even once the fighting is ended, there shall be towns in need of aid, innocent people who seek to begin their lives anew. Indeed there shall. Yet it's rather an interesting question. You speak as though you're certain we'll be victorious. Certain may not be the correct word, though I assure you I don't plan to let Zenora defeat us. All the same, what you say is true. Peace is but a single thing among many which Fevrith needs. More than anything else, I wish to bring joy back to the hearts of my nation. Even should we claim victory in this conquest, much work shall remain to be done. I'd only meant to tease, you know. But the more we speak, the more confident I've become in your claim to the throne. I only ask you focus on the task at hand for now, rather than trouble yourself with what comes after. For if we never triumph to begin with, such worries shall prove utterly meaningless in the end. And I'll not see you suffer as I had all those years. Agonizing over your future, you mean? Precisely so. Had my father's aim come to fruition, the world as we know it would be quite different indeed. As a young boy, I often found myself gazing the future rather than coming to terms with the reality before me. I dreamt of ascending the throne, of one day reshaping Drakenhold into the nation my father wished it could be. Yet when Zenora struck, such dreams only served to cloud my vision, and the man known as Ludwig perished in the ensuing battle. In truth, Elaine, I scarcely even deserve to stand in your presence. For the aims my father pursued were none other than the conquest of your homeland. To seize the disgraced Cornea as our own, thus prevailing in the centuries-long feud between our kingdoms. Aramis. I assume you only asked what I plan to do out of some misguided concern for my well-being. Yet I demand you save such kindness for those who deserve it more than I. Listen to me, Aramis. What is it? Think of what you told me just now. How would you wish that I not suffer the same mistakes as you? Such advice was not spoken from one royal family to another, but out of compassion you bear for me as a friend. I care for you just as deeply as those I hold dearest, and I must admit I worry for you as well. Well then, not a soul in the world could remain callous in the face of such words. It appears you've outdone me again, Elaine. And thank you. I shall surely continue to rely on you from here forth. Pray do not hesitate to do the same. I won't. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the welcome back. It's good to be back. Hope you guys are all doing well. I'm gonna plug this again, but if any of you have Final Fantasy XIV characters, consider submitting them for our upcoming stream in about 2 weeks, where we talk about your characters, celebrate them, review them a little bit, tier list them. It'll be fun. Gotta keep plugging it because I'm worried I'm not gonna get as many submissions as I usually do, since usually I do like any OCs, but this time it's just Final Fantasy XIV. And I thought I had a lot more FF14 players around here, but maybe people are just being shy, so I gotta shove it in their faces and invite them, you know? It's a great honor to walk at your side once more, my prince. Sir Aramis, that is. Please, Gloucester, I'd much prefer if you refrain from scowling every time you said my name. Forgive me, I intended no such thing. You always have been fairly easy to read. Though you doubtless have much on your mind after our sudden parting and subsequent reunion. By all means, say what you will. If you'll excuse my bluntness, you've changed. Not only in name, but swordsmanship and methodology as well. The fates have thrust you through much these past few years, yet to see it laid so bare before me, I can't help but feel an immense sadness. It's nothing to lament, I assure you. At the time, claiming a new identity was the only path which promised my survival. And despite my struggles, I dare say I would make the decision time and again, if given the opportunity. Prince Ludwig. What's done is done, though I admit you've renounced your past quite admirably. It mustn't be easy awakening from a years-long spell to learn you've committed such grave sins. Yet you don't hide from the truth, but face it head-on. It's a trait I wish I possessed myself. Your words humble me, Sir Aramis. But I entreat you, don't keep the pain you feel entirely to yourself. I know well the inclination. Yet if I can't be your aid amidst times of sorrow, I have no right to stand at your side in times of peace. Thank you, Gloucester. I couldn't ask for a more earnest retainer. Very well, your ear shall be the first and only that I pull. I heard you had need of me, Sir Aramis. How'd you have me serve? Well, I was actually thinking we could go for a meal together. I'm sorry? Elaine mentioned there being a fine tavern in that town to the north there. I'd be honored to have you join me, if you're interested, of course. It would be my humblest pleasure. An exquisite meal as promised. I'm simply glad we had the chance to enjoy it together. Now then, to camp. Is that all you asked me here for? It is indeed. But a meal, Sir Aramis, you must surely have something else you'd have me do. A moment's rest is all I wanted. Did you not enjoy yourself? That's not it at all. I merely expected something more, I suppose. A reconnaissance mission, or suggestions for how to improve in battle. What need is there for such grandeur amongst peers? You would truly count me as such. I would, and to be frank, I wish to burden you with orders no longer. I've discarded my name, buried my legacy. In my eyes, we are naught but equals. Yet I knew simply hearing the words would upset you to no end. Hence I asked you to join me for this meal instead. Not as lord and retainer, but old friends. And for what it's worth, I quite enjoyed myself. I do hope we could do it again sometime. The great Prince Ludwig, turned simple sellsword. In the many years I've served him, I've never seen a smile play so sincerely across his face. It's a puzzling thing indeed. But perhaps discarding his name wasn't the mistake I thought it to be. There's so much like interesting intrigue and like sub-stories among the Dragonhold cast don't really get fully explored. But I'm glad the Rapport conversations attempt to at least address them. And when the maid spotted you stealing off with the evening's dessert, you wrapped yourself in my garb and fled. Perhaps you thought to shift the blame, yet the jam staining your lips made the true culprit rather obvious indeed. I think that's quite enough recounting my adolescent mischief, thank you. Oh, I thought you'd be pleased to hear I still remember. I was, for the first 20 stories. 'Tis clear to me you recall every agonizing detail of my childhood. Now I wish to hear of yours instead. Ludwig? Do you remember what you told me when we last spoke? How you've forgotten much in the years since I left? Alas, the same is true for me. My time as Crown Prince is but a clouded blur in my mind. Surely you jest. Consider it, Gilbert. The moment I fled Soldraga, my entire life changed. Clothes I wear, the meals I eat, even my own name. It's as though the Ludwig you refer to is another man entirely. In such light, could you honestly claim me as your brother? I, who chose to wander our lands rather than bear the burden of a kingship, a burden which now rests upon your shoulders. I would ask the same question of you. If you truly renounced all that you were once, what of me? You will always be the only brother I've ever had, Ludwig. In my belief, nothing can sever a bond of blood. Even should you remain a wanderer come the end of the war, even should I never see you again for as long as I live. Yet again I met with my own inadequacies. You always have had the better of me, Gilbert. I can't promise you much, but I've every faith you'll grow to be one of the finest kings Dragonhold has ever witnessed. And if not that, then at least the finest brother. Thank you, Ludwig. Does this game have any DLC? Unfortunately not. And I think it's just because, well, first, they ran out of money while making this game, and they had to fund it from the developer or the director's own pockets near the end, and I don't think it sold as well as they wanted. So it's unfortunate, because there's a lot of things they could add. I also don't think Vanillaware is usually in the habit of doing DLC, but I could be wrong about that. I've only played a few of their games. It is a shame, though, because they could add, like, extra report conversations, or extra challenge maps, or DLC characters, or I don't know, something. I really enjoyed this game. I really wish there was more. Wait, did I do all the Magellan conversations with Elaine? You know, I always wanted my sister to be just like yours. Smart, proper, a good dancer. I won't let you take Prim from me if that's what you're asking. Easy, easy. I'm just making small talk. Growing up, the only people Liza had for role models were fools like me and Albin. So it's no wonder she's just as rude and crass as us. Maybe even more. Hell, I can't even give her a compliment without her getting all spooked about it. I bet she's simply too shy to let you know how happy it makes her. Hope so, yeah. More than anything, though, I wish she'd have stayed as far away from this war as possible. I guess I got Albin to blame for giving her that crossbow, my own damn self for teaching her how to use it. That's how life goes in the desert. You don't have a weapon, you're as good as dead. Not that I regret showing her the ropes. It's just, I'll never forgive myself if she didn't make it out of this alive. Have you considered telling her that? Sure have. Though I'm betting she'll get all weird about it again when I do. How about you? You thought about telling Prim how you really feel? Better do it now, you know. Before it's too late, I mean. I don't recall ever asking for advice. But I see your point, and I swear I'll protect Prim with my very life if I must. Oh, I guess we did. Oh, because Magellan only had one conversation with Elaine, that's why. See, we're starting to get into the area where, like, oops. We're starting to get into the area where the characters have less and less conversations. Like, I mean, Rosalinda and Eltalinda have quite a few, but everyone else after that is kind of like very few. Well, looks like that's the last of the apologizing. Never could have done it without you, Liza. Thanks. Huh, as if I'd let you keep embarrassing yourself alone. Sure took me back, though. I can still remember taking you around town to meet the other Scorpions, years ago when you'd only just picked up that crossbow. And now look at you, leading the whole damn gang while I'm barely even on speaking terms with them. Ow, what are you punching me in the arm for? Makes me think, you know, if you can handle all that, then you'd be plenty fine once I'm gone. Gone? You're saying you're not coming back with me once the war's over? Never claimed I was. Still got plenty of work to do, tracking down everyone who left the gang while I was out of commission. So I was thinking. You clearly haven't been thinking anything. You promised you'd never leave me again, remember? Slow down there, Liza. No. Do you even know why I worked so hard keeping the Scorpions together? It was so you could still have a gang to come home to. You know, I really did hate you for turning on us. But deep down, I always knew you'd be back. No matter what people say, I defended you. Now you're just gonna leave me again? I'm sorry, Liza. Guess I shouldn't have gone phrasing it like that. I'm not leaving. Not for good, at least. It's gonna make my peace and come right back. What? That's what I've been thinking about, letting you handle the gang while I was gone. Huh, never realized how much you cared about me. This isn't funny. I thought you were abandoning me, Magellan. Hey! Ugh, that's what I get for worrying about you. And I already said you're not doing this alone, so don't even think about running off without me. That sister of mine sure is something. Well, I couldn't ask for anything else. Hey, Leo, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying Dawn Trail. And if anyone else plays Final Fantasy XIV, feel free to participate in our original character, well, Final Fantasy XIV original character sharing stream coming up in 2 weeks. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. Thank you everyone for stopping by, and everyone who still came in from Kit's raid as well. Would you tell me more about life in the desert, Liza? Well, sure, I wouldn't mind giving you the rundown. What's a foreign prince want to know all that for? Haven't you got your own kingdom to be worrying about? Besides, there's no telling what'll happen if you go poking around where you're not welcome. Huh. You think I'm making a joke here? Not at all. It's simply that beneath those pointed words I could tell you only speak out of concern for my safety. Just as Albin has always described you. I'm gonna make that bastard pay for that. Yet your warnings are correct. I understand well how dangerous this desert can be at times, and I wish to know more of it all the same. It's a necessary step in furthering Cornea's newfound bond with your nation. You've got some weird ideas in that head of yours, Prince. I take it that means you're willing to tell me. As long as you really want to learn, yeah. Just you wait, I've got stories a guy like you couldn't even dream of. I never grasped how vastly different life in the desert could be. Pretty rough, yeah. Gloucester used to complain about it all the time, too. I could only imagine. I'll be sure to speak with him as well at my earliest opportunity. Though I would much rather hear what you have to say, Liza. Assuming you wouldn't mind sharing further, that is. Be glad to, but next time you're gonna have to pay me for it. And then I'll be sure to come bearing a worthy gift. Might I trouble you again, Liza? You've really got nothing better to do, huh? Well, what'll be this time? I was actually hoping to hear about you rather than the desert itself. Oh yeah? What good'll that be? I suppose none in particular. Yet, is it not enough to simply wish to know you better? There's nothing to know. Besides, what would people think if they saw you talking to the random girl from the middle of nowhere? I appreciate the concern, Liza, but I promise it's entirely unnecessary. I'm not saying this out of some damn concern, but fine, I'll tell you. Which explains why you're so close with Albin and Magellan nowadays as well. Yep, got them to blame for my personality being what it is. Anyway, we good here? More than. I feel as though I've learned much about you today. And this is for you. The gift I promised to bring you when last we spoke. Cute ribbons. You really think something like that would look good on me? I can't say, but I'm glad you find them cute at least. And thank you again for sharing those stories with me, Liza. What do you mean you can't say? Ugh, don't go walking off when I'm asking you a question. Oh, Elaine, you heartbreaker. Oh, I still have another conversation with him too. I thought that was the last one. Liza, you're actually wearing the ribbons I gave you. Oh, sure am. I had to take off my other ones to clean them, so... Well, I'm glad to see them in your hair, even if only as temporary replacement. Though it comes as a surprise after hearing from Magellan you wouldn't be all too interested in them. He said that, huh? In truth, I was pleased you even chose to accept the gift. Though I'm all the more pleased to know how wonderful you look in them. Thanks, Elaine. Magellan was right that I don't usually go for this kind of stuff, but... So you better not go telling him about this, or Albin for that matter. I wouldn't dare. Good. Still, no one's ever complimented me like that before. Feels kinda nice, too. Did you say something, Liza? Not a damn word. Anyway, what do you want to hear about? I feel like I'm running out of stories to tell you. I didn't come in search of a story, Liza. I'm here because of you. Though now that you mention it... Oh, it just trails off like that? Son of Pennington, welcome to the stream today. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. 11 months in a row, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Oh, we're done with Liza now. Oh, no, wait. Why is this one highlighted? But she doesn't have a speech bubble next to her here. And we did all of Sharon's. Why is this... Wait, the facility hasn't been registered? Mont Libre Church? What the... What? Is it one of these areas? How do I get this? Because this isn't a battlefield. Is it part of this battle? No, but this is... I thought this was part of the Unicorn Overlord's quest. Emperor Galerius' domain lies beyond this point. Turn around or die where you stand. Oh, this is actually... Oh, I thought that this was... Oh, but this is a level 40 quest. What the heck? I thought this was... What? Oh, I always wondered why this church wouldn't let me do anything at it. It's because there's actually a battle here. What the heck? Like I thought it was the same as this one. It's a level 40 quest though. Am I strong enough for that? I mean, I probably am. Did I actually slot in Amalia? Oh, I did. Okay, she's here. Well, now I feel silly. And it's too late to go back and edit the previous VODs and put this battle in the VOD because it was already published. As I'm sure you're aware, Grand Corinne lies just beyond this fortress. Fight to kill, your head shall adorn my trident like so many others before you. At least it's a small map. I want to try out some of my new formations. Just to see if they're any good.
You've need of my wisdom. How might I aid you?
See, now that Unifi has her, like, her charge thing.
An astute strategy.
Yeah, exactly. The battle for report conversations. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah. There in a second.
By my divine bow, my wings shall take me. As you've ordained.
Pretty sure I'm in their line of fire.
Oh, I should watch out for those traps on the ground. I almost didn't even realize that one.
Shall I assist you?
Part with your wits! With your body grows heavy. Not finished yet.
Just a big kick. Ah, we need a healer in this group.
Better healer.
She just kicks them. It's so funny.
Not bad.
Just getting started. See ya. Hope you've made your...
I've no allowance.
For Bastorius.
You're right. You're right. Amalia has those thighs, so she better make use of them, I guess.
Burn! Go! Faster than the wind. Witness my strength.
Still feels kind of bad not using
I shall exercise the darkness.
Oakley's and Sharon anymore.
Oh, Providence.
Flames of crimson.
Fight on!
Look how long these battles take now that I have so many characters in the squad. Everyone's like decked out. Well, thanks for the sleeveless stream, Cole.
My eternal thanks, O Heavenly Father.
Oh, Travis got caught in a trap.
I care for.
I was like, how come he's not moving?
No backing down. For you. Aim and...
Oh, I love getting that off right at the start.
Such is the way of war.
Finally, Team Pistorius is saved.
My bow is feeling lighter than ever.
We march on. Let devotion I understand.
Have you need of my skill?
Go on.
Oh, Travis, come on.
I saw on wings.
Hey V,
of
welcome to
light.
the stream.
Time for payback.
Thanks for stopping
My
by.
quarry never eludes.
Hope you've made
I
your-
saw on wings of white.
Well, thank you for the
Let
stretch.
us regroup.
We shall prevail.
Blessed winds.
The heavens watch over me.
With a single stroke.
Forth!
I shall ease your pain. I shall tend your wounds.
Look at all that overhealing.
My aim shall never fail me. Greater strength to keep Sharon safe.
Could you perhaps praise me a bit?
My arrows fly ever true.
How might I aid you?
My wings shall take me.
Whatever I can. An astute
Pass
strategy.
down your mandate. To
Departing at once. My quarry never eludes me. Arrow of light. Ha!
You okay?
Ha! The end is nigh. Know my fury.
You are protected.
Protect me.
Baneful pests.
Fight on!
You okay?
She just died from the burn.
Divine light.
Very nice.
Witness my strength.
I shall protect you.
I shall ease your pain.
My bow is my strength. Our ascendancy draws nearer. Have you need of my skill, as you've ordained?
Travis, get unstuck.
Go
17
on.
seconds. I don't know. I'm sure I can use an item for this, but does the silver hourglass help with this? Nope.
Time for payback.
War is a brutal mistress. That won't work.
Take a good look.
Allow me. My wards will hold.
Is that
What about exaggerated Bertrand's animations are every time? Ooh, that was great.
Just a moment. The winds blow in our favor.
With all the force of a raging lion, I'm stronger than ever before. Big things coming.
My strength grows by leaps and bounds. Foolishness. How might I aid you?
Yeah?
Pass down your mandate. Departing at once.
Let devotion shine through. I understand.
Travis, get unstuck, please.
These lands are ours. My wings shall take me. I make haste. Have you need of my skill?
You move there in case Travis needs defending.
Pass down your mandate.
Travis,
what's
please.
ours.
10 seconds, come on. I don't want to use a gold hourglass, that's a waste. So many items that I haven't really used, I've just been gathering them. No, there's really nothing I could do.
I'll make it quick.
Oh, he can still attack. He just can't move.
I shall rain arrows upon them. Have a taste of my magic. Succumb to sword.
Not finished yet.
You seeing this? I'll cut him off.
That'll do for now.
I won't hold you back.
Little bit of tricorn pride for you. I didn't have a choice.
Have you need of my skill? I make haste.
To defend those I care for. For you.
I'm waiting.
Nope. I'll heal you. A respite. Steady. Allow me.
Let's get him.
This'll be fun.
Freeze!
No!
I hope you are paying attention. We march on. How might I aid you? An astute strategy.
I claim it in the name of the liberation.
I've secured the area. Whatever I can. As swift as possible.
Pass down your man. Departing at once.
6 seconds, come on.
Awaiting further instruction.
What would you have me do?
Have you need of my skill?
Let devotion shine through.
My wings shall take thee. I make haste. My quarry never eludes me.
Father above.
Blessed winds.
Oh, it's because they have Alk in the party. That's why I can damage these guys.
The end is nigh.
I need that magic.
Witness a miracle. Do you see?
Be consumed.
We shall prevail.
May the Father protect us. Be purified. I'll gather my magic.
My aim shall never fail me. Permit me the briefest of pass down your mandate.
Let's take what's ours. Yeah? Sure.
Finish
Hope you've
him.
made your peace.
Lethargy takes.
It's mine now!
Better heal up.
Yeah, get him, Malia.
Easy.
Don't even think about messing with me.
No hard feelings. Go on. Won't take long.
Whatever I can. I understand.
They made it too easy. Yeah? There in a second. Time for pain.
Allow me to aid you.
Succumb to sloth.
Yeah, I'm glad that all my parties are actually like, or all my squads are pretty good at dealing damage now. Throughout the whole game, I kind of had like
Too weak.
a handful of squads that were good, and then a handful of squads I had to kind of baby. But now that I have all the characters and am able to put people where I want and promote everyone, it's actually going pretty well now. A little bit late in the game for that, but you know,
No stopping now.
better late than never.
Better heal up. Not bad. Not finished yet.
I'm done with you.
Oh, bye, Malia.
Just getting started.
Not even surprised.
Yeah, I'll let Travis get the XP because he still needs it more. Amalia doesn't really need it because she's level 40, so...
Sure.
Our next move is equally vital.
Hope you've made your peace.
You'll move no further. In faith.
Can't. No more hurt.
It's mine now!
You're mine!
That'll do for now.
I'll need to study this further.
You impressed?
Getting stronger by the day.
See ya.
There we go. Can't believe I missed one quest. I guess it wasn't immediately obvious on the map, but still. Now the only quest I haven't done is the one that like disappeared off the map once I finished Drakenhold because I saved it for later. We've secured our route to Grand Corinne, Your Highness. Wait, there's another battle here, or is that Unicorn Overlord? Proceed along this path, and the final battle against Galerius shall commence in truth. Be sure to prepare well for whatever challenges we inevitably face. Okay, so this is another entrance for Unicorn Overlord. Okay, got it. Okay. Hey, Lork, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see ya. It's good to be back. Okay, now we can do this gonna eat that bread, Sharon, because if you won't, I will. Liza, wait. No, what have you done? You have to regurgitate it this instant. Too late. Should have said something sooner if you really wanted it that bad. That's not the problem, Liza. Yeah, well, I'm sorry for assuming you weren't gonna eat it. If anything, it looked like you were gonna plan on getting rid of the thing. Yes, because I was. That bun was more mold than bread. Yet just as I was asking the father's forgiveness for wasting food, you arrived and snatched it out of my grasp. Oh, come on, a little mold never hurt anybody. I mean, think about cheese. We let that stuff go bad on purpose, right? Just curious, though. You know any magic that can empty out a person's stomach? Unfortunately, no. The only remedy will be to let time run its course. Right. Anyway, don't worry, Sharon. I'll be fine. I hope you will, but perhaps I'll start praying for forgiveness again, just in case. Wait, that's what the conversation says? It just ends like that? We never find the conclusion? Okay, now we're done with Liza for sure. And only one more conversation for Gloucester. Oh, it's with Goville. What frigid wastes these are. In the desert, my shield grew hot enough to roast a steak, yet here I fear it's better suited as a child's sled. Hold on, you're saying you cooked food on that thing? Anyway, you're better off throwing some more layers on if you're cold. You got plenty of nice warm clothes over in town. I welcome the advice, but I often struggle to contend with the crudity of winter attire. Yeah, says Gloucester, who, if you don't promote him, he has his, like, thighs bearing all the time. Oh yeah, you got opinions on how crude my fur is, too? Apologies, that's not how I meant it. It's merely the sensation on my skin which I find disagreeable. In my homeland, it's tradition to dress in highly intricate fabrics for banquets and other noteworthy occasions. One such textile is a thick ring of fur which drapes around the wearer's neck. Though having worn it once myself, it felt more akin to a wool-bound snake than proper clothing. Indeed, the garment wriggled around my neck with such bristly ferocity, I could hardly sit still all evening. Sounds pretty funny when you put it like that. Does this bring back any memories? Sir Goville, please, keep your fur at arm's length, I beg you. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. Though, I suppose I have forgotten the cold for a moment. You have my thanks, brave wolf. Sure. Don't mention it. Oh, now we're on to Hilda, because we did all the Jeremys in the last stream too, because he only has one conversation with Elaine, which we already did naturally, so... I'm surprised Hilda only has one conversation with Elaine. Actually, yeah, she has very few conversations, even though it looks like a lot. Oh, we're still not done Track and Hold yet. We're getting there. I'll not claim to mind, Hilda, but it appears your wyvern has mistaken me for a midday snack. He's been biting at my hair for some time now, rather forcefully, I might add. Seems he likes you, Elaine. Worry not, there's nothing to be afraid of. He simply wishes to hearten you through all the hardships you endure day after difficult day. It should come as an honor, really. And it does, most certainly, yet I fear my life is at risk if this continues any longer. Please, I'll not hear a word of such spurious jokes. In truth, he often does this for me as well whenever I find myself in a fit of melancholy. Could it be you're feeling uneasy about something, Elaine? I hadn't thought it would be that obvious. Of course, I know that nothing will come from agonizing over the matter, yet losing a soldier under my command never grows any less painful. A grief I'm all too familiar with, albeit under different circumstances. It's true that nothing torments the mind more than such sacrifice. Though the good of many will always outweigh the suffering of the few. All we can do now is try to minimize our losses while ever striving to deliver peace to this world. I should expect no less from the man who seeks to be king. Right you are, Hilda. Elaine, is that blood on your forehead? Remind me to never be consoled by a wyvern again. Where is this one? what's that one? That's some wyvern you got there, Hilda. He's gorgeous, really. Oh, you have a keener eye for beauty than most in our army. Though he was always rather admired for his looks back home. Especially when it came to battle. There's no sight quite like a wyvern tearing an enemy soldier apart. Yeah, I can barely take my eyes off him once he gets going. People must really love wyverns where you're from, huh? Unfortunately, no. Most consider them fearful beasts and stay away as possible. Few humans are willing to ride them, and even fewer wyverns are willing to trust us. Guess that makes you two pretty special. Yes, in a sense it was almost a stroke of fate that we met. I was still but a child at the time. And a gifted child at that, if you don't mind me saying. The other children always resented me for it, took their frustrations out on me day after torturous day. Until one day I couldn't stomach it any longer and ran off to the hillside where wyverns were known to nest. You mean by yourself? Indeed, I rightly assumed my tormentors lacked the courage to follow me. But upon finally reaching the hillside, I came across an all too familiar scene. My wyvern here, the most handsome of his brood, was being viciously attacked by his very siblings. It was a surprise, of course, to see the natural world behave as cruelly as our own. But that shock soon gave way to blind rage, and I found myself foolishly attempting to intervene in the struggle. Mere moments before the creature's claws pierced my skin, my friend here ushered me upon his back and took to the skies. Needless to say, we've been inseparable ever since. And after we returned home, my own harassers never dared speak ill of me again. Huh, I never realized you had so much in common. Well, now you know. There's none I could ever trust more in the world. Oh, we actually got quite a bit of a Hilda backstory there from a conversation that was only a one-chain report. Ah, Morard, what are you doing outside of camp? Merely reminiscing on our last battle. I'd hazard to say we never would have won it without you and your wyvern leading the offensive. A bold claim, but you performed rather admirably yourself. Though you don't seem especially pleased about it, is something bothering you? No, not about the battle at least. It's Unifi. We lived together for years now, she's practically a sister to me at this point. But recently, it's felt like she's wanted nothing to do with me. Just today I warned her to watch where she was walking, but she simply turned her back and continued on. Sounds to me as though she's going through a rebellious phase. Prim had one of her own not too long ago. I didn't respond well to it though, and said some things I very much regretted later on. So my advice is this. Trust in Unifi and give her the space to grow into the woman she wants to be. It may not be easy, but I'm more than certain you're capable of it. If that's truly what she needs, then that's what I'll do. Morad's face is so tiny, imagine him with his mane shaved. That would look pretty funny. And besides, by all accounts, we still have some growing of our own to do before this war comes to a close. A point well made, and thank you, Hilda. Nope, none of these ones. Must be this way. Wait, no, where is it? Is it here? Oh, there it is. Jerome, what are you doing out here at this hour? Lady Hilda, I am simply hoping to enjoy the crisp coastal air with my trusted steed here. As was I, actually. I figured my wyvern could use the chance to stretch his wings for a moment. How come they never tell us the name of her wyvern if he's so close to her? In that case, I shall leave you to it. Farewell, my lady. Ah, it seems our friends want to introduce themselves. It's not often my wyvern acts this way with other animals, you know. And my steed tends to be more of a solitary creature, especially around such a fearsome playfellow. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Hey Menma, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid, I really appreciate it. Go check out Menma when you guys get a chance. He's a really cool streamer. Catboy, Final Fantasy 14 among other games. Awesome gamer, super cool. Please go check him out. And welcome in. Thank you so much for entrusting me with your audience. Hope you had a good time today. What were you streaming? And I'm Kiro, the frog-themed martial artist. We're playing some Unicorn Overlord. It's been 3 weeks since our last stream because I've been away, but I'm glad to be back. We're just doing some support conversations with our characters here before we take on the final battle. Oh, you're raiding in Final Fantasy 14. Hope it went well. Hope you're doing well and making some good progress. Good to see you. And for anyone new stopping by and who plays Final Fantasy 14, we are doing a Final Fantasy 14 character celebration stream in about 2 weeks. So if you have a Final Fantasy 14 character, I encourage you to share it with us. We'll talk about them on stream, we'll compliment them, talk about how cool they are, rank them on a tier list for fun, and celebrate everyone's characters. I love looking at people's characters, so you guys have until next Thursday to submit. Oh, you almost cleared this. Oh, you almost cleared the fight. That's good. That's good. Raids haven't been out that long, but it looks like everyone's doing some pretty good progress and doing really well with it. So that's good. I'm glad you're having fun with it. Feel free to sit back and relax, or go take care of yourself after your stream. I appreciate you being here. Thank you again for the raid. It's strange. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed they'd been acquainted for years. There's a rather perplexing state of affairs, yes. Now then, we must really be going. Hold a moment. What is it? Would you mind if I fed your horse an apple first? Oh, is that all? Of course. I'll have you know that apples are his favorite food. Seems like he enjoyed that. By the way, Jerome, is there a reason you've been so on edge all evening? Forgive me, my lady. I confess, I often find myself burdened by a rather irrational fear of wyverns. I'm constantly worried one will snap my hand off with its powerful jaws. In that case, maybe now is a good time as any to learn there's nothing to be afraid of. Here, try giving him a few of these berries. And you're certain he won't think to feast on poor helpless Jerome instead? I promise. Very well then, I hope you enjoy, Sir Wyvern. Ah, he appears to be quite pleased with that. Thank you, my lady, for a most awe-inspiring opportunity. If anything, I should be thanking you. This little excursion was just the break my wyvern needed to take his mind off the pressures of war. I'm glad to have been of assistance, and perhaps now I won't cower in fear when I encounter an enemy rider of your ilk. I'll believe that when I see it. Who would have thought we'd get a conversation between Jerome's horse and Hilda's wyvern? No humans needed. Okay, we're almost done. Drakenhold, just Gilbert left. Well, he gets 3 conversations with Elaine. Let us begin, Elaine. Indeed. Huh. Ah! Such is the bite of my royal blade. It's an impressive art, one which took all my effort to avoid, even with the knowledge it was coming. Shall we go again, then? It would be my honor. Ready thyself, Elaine. Ugh. What is the meaning of this? Are you alright, Gilbert? Ah, 'tis but a flame bug. What are you doing to my leg? Merely sucking out the venom, of course. Oh. 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 Do you not have such insects in Drakenhold? If you fail to quickly tend to their bite, it will swell in size and begin to assail you with searing pain. Now this may hurt, Gilbert, but I ask you suffer through it. You needn't do such a thing, I assure you. Ugh. There. That should be all. Do you encounter these flame bugs of yours often? It appears you have a wealth of experience in the matter. As would any child in Cornea, yes. Though, I did suppose I noticed a conspicuous lack of insect life back in Drakenhold. Hey, but they're also in Elheim now, not Cordia. Yeah, Gilbert doesn't have his legs normally exposed, so that means Elaine had to, like, pull off his pants or roll up his pant leg? You fear them in much the same way Virginia does. You truly are an unusual prince, Elaine. Though I understand now why Virginia approved of you. What do you mean? She didn't mention. As she deemed you unworthy of the throne when you first set foot in the Drakenhold, she planned to cut you down where you stood. That seems rather harsh. Yet not altogether unexpected. She'd always hoped she would be the one to rebuild your nation, you know. And you've seen the extent of her skill with the blade. Such expertise can only come from years of dedicated training. It seemed at times as she wished to follow directly in Queen Alinia's regal footsteps. But it's a pursuit she would surely resume should you ever be unfortunate enough to fall in battle. Yet be warned, Elaine, she'll not accept your failure kindly. A chilling notion indeed. Can you walk, Gilbert? We should get you back to a healer with all haste. And let us be off. Should the day ever come that Elaine is crowned king, Cornia shall surely be forever changed, as shall the rest of Fevrith along with it. Okay, that conversation took like 2 turns. First they were like sparring, then he's like sucking the venom out of his leg, and then they're talking about Virginia and his future as a king. Interesting. Elaine, no wonder you're so popular with all the guys and gals. Without even knowing it, or even trying, for that matter. What's this, a panning cutscene? Triumphant music? What a resplendent valley this is. I see now why Drakenhold is often said to be the birthplace of dragonkind. Indeed, marvels such as these are the grandest treasure our kingdom has to offer. There's nothing at all like the scenery you might have seen at home in Cornia. Have you heard the saying, Elaine, that this nation exists in Cornia's shadow? I can't say I have, no. Perhaps Joseph never saw fit to mention it. Centuries past, your kingdom was embroiled in a war of succession between 2 siblings. Brother against brother, blood against blood. He who lost was banished to the wilderness, left disgraced to start life anew, and so he did. 'Twas then he formed a nation of his own, the nation we now know as Drakenhold. I never knew of such history, Gilbert. Hey, Wilkong! Welcome to the stream, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being a froggy friend, welcome, welcome. Drakenhold is not a wealthy place, nor is its barren soil suitable for crops or cattle. No matter how hard we toil, we shall never prosper as Cornia does. Yet for all its flaws, the people of Drakenhold shall always cling fast to the only home they have ever known. And the fire which burns within their breast is the flame of rebellion against the comfortable lives our neighbors are blessed with. Once, when I was but a child, we welcomed an envoy from Cornia into Soldraga's walls. My father prepared for them the finest feast imaginable, filled with delicacies from every corner of the kingdom. Yet as they sat themselves at our banquet table, the only look which crossed their faces was one of disgust. Just an image sadly burned into my memory, all the while my father could say nary a word in his defense. And seeing as the meal had scarcely been touched, he later bestowed it upon the castle's many servants. I'd never seen them eat quite so merrily before. From that day forth I struggled to trust anyone who hailed from Cornian shores. But Gilbert! Until I met you, that is. Your kingdom is a proud one, blessed by bounties beyond my greatest imagination. Yet such inequity can breed hatred, a truth often unnoticed by those more fortunate. Drakenhold is not the only land which suffers, Elaine. Astorius is covered in heavy snow the entire year round, while the soil of Albion lie infertile with salt. Cornia alone has been endowed with good fortune, so I ask you remember these words. Heavy weigh the burdens of this long-standing imbalance, on no head more so than the king of Cornia himself. Hold true to your ideals, Elaine. Never lose sight of the person you've become, for he is a friend I admire quite dearly. I'll not fail you, Gilbert, nor shall I let the crown change who I am. No, I shall strive ever to be a man you can admire, now and for the rest of my days. Wow, that was like one of the most involved rapport conversations with Elaine. Panning camera shots, the triumphant music, the encouragement from Gilbert. That was pretty good. Dang. Okay, now we move on to Elheim characters, starting with Rosalinda. Oh, I must have fallen asleep for a moment. And deeply at that. Have you been getting enough rest of late? No, actually. Why didn't you wake me up? I'm certain my head was rather heavy on your shoulder. I admit I did consider it, yet you seem so peaceful, Rosalinda, without a single trouble in the world. Huh, it feels like it was only yesterday you'd lose your composure the minute I drew near to you. Not that I'm complaining, of course, but it's barely even half as enjoyable as teasing you anymore. Then all the better in my view. By the way, Rosalinda, you were speaking in your sleep just now. Oh, and what did I say? Something about wanting to spend more time with you, I assume. Why did she get chosen instead of me? I surmise you were speaking of Eltalinda, becoming the next Turnos. I always coveted the role, you know. It's only natural when your mother is one of the best this land has ever seen. But none of that matters now. Zenora took my sister from me, used her body for their vile schemes. The thought alone sets my blood to boil. If only she wasn't the Turnos. If only I had been chosen in her place, she would never have gotten her mind taken over by that damned witch. Am I hearing you correctly, Rosalinda? That you wish such harm could have befallen you instead? Yes. How very unlike me. Either way, the only thing I can do now is make sure nobody else gets hurt. Ever again. Thank you for the shoulder, Elaine. That was a better sleep than I've had in months. I merely pray it was to your benefit. Yeah, I wonder like what order they wrote the report conversations in. And at what point did they realize that they didn't have the time or the budget to do 3 reports for everyone? Like when did that come into play? Like some report conversations really do feel like they should be stretching longer than one. Like, not that they have like cliffhangers, but it really feels like there should be more to them. But some of them feel like they just wrap up in one naturally. So I'm kind of curious. Regarding our recent conversation, Rosalinda, do you mean the one we had during our last battle, or the time I kept you from reading your book? Neither, in fact. I speak of the day you fell asleep on my shoulder. What about it? I can't stop thinking about what you said. How you wished you had been Turnos so Eltalinda would never have come to harm. Yet despite your attempts to laugh the matter off afterwards, I can tell you truly meant every word. You would rather be hurt yourself than see someone you care about experience the same. Moreover, you would gladly bear such pain alone before you even considered sharing it with another. I can't disagree with that. If I had to choose between me and Eltalinda, I would pick myself every time. It tormented me to no end, the horrid way that Zenora sunk their fangs in her. But now I have the chance to ease her agony, to shoulder her burdens however possible. So trust me, it's better that way. You're wrong. You speak of torment, of the agony you would be willing to bear in her name. But where would that leave you, Rosalinda? Knowing the length of an elven lifespan, your suffering would surely endure for a great many years. I won't let you consign yourself to such a wretched fate. That must sound absurd coming from me. Compared to you, I'm akin to a newborn child, ignorant to the ways of the outside world. All the same, I can't abide the thought of you weathering those wounds alone for even a day, let alone the rest of your life. Well, isn't this a surprise? I've never met a human with this much insight into the sorrows my kind can face. It's a good thing you sleep talk, then. I dare say I'd not have realized without it. All that from a few mumbled words. Very well, Elaine. I'll do as you ask. But might I make a request of you as well? What is it? Stay at my side and stand watch over my actions. That way I'll know for sure I'm not trying to shoulder everything alone. It would be my greatest honor. Thank you, Elaine. again, Elaine. It's a dangerous game you're playing here. I have to know, Athelion, have you spoken to Alina at all after leaving Simtsuka? That's some way to start a conversation. I never did expect you to fall for a human, you know. Though I can't say I don't see their appeal. Oh, actually, now that I think of it, what if I was gonna say Eternal Bond, that's not right. What if I write of the Unicorn with Athelion? Because he's one of the few characters that seems to have, like, a canonical love interest. Even if she's just an NPC. I mean, I guess most of the male Rite of the Unicorns are written to be more platonic, I guess, is what I'm guessing. Still, this separation of yours is rather wasteful, don't you think? There are few things better in life than a good romance. She simply protected me when I was running from Zenoira, that's all. And even if it were romance, the gulf between elf and human is far too large to bridge. Okay, so I guess the romance isn't completely canonical, it's just kind of heavily implied. Their lifespans are a fair bit shorter than ours, yes, but that just lets them shine all the brighter. I'm sure you know that well enough by now. No matter what prejudiced fools might try to convince you otherwise. Enough of this, Terras. All I could ever want is for Alina to live in peace. Staying away is the only way to ensure she does so. It sounds to me like you really care for the girl. Maybe you could move to her village after the war, settle down. And abandon my post as your personal guard? Never. Athelion, please, there's more to life than duty and obligation. And the more time you spend hesitating, the less you'll have to spend with her. So follow your heart, just as I would, before it's too late. If you still want to serve me 100 years from now, you'll be more than welcome. Thank you, Terras. Yeah, basically, that's exactly what she said. After she dies, I know you'll come back and serve me. Kind of implied. Ralinor? Terras, I thought you had turned in for the evening. I was planning to, yes, but you seemed a little more uneasy than usual as you took your leave. I couldn't sleep without finding out why. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you noticed. Surely not after the decades we've known each other. Now tell me, what's wrong? It's nothing of your concern, I assure you. There's no need for you to suffer the same thorn which pierces my heart. Maybe not, but I'm better at removing thorns than you might think. Go on. If you insist. And thank you for your compassion, Terras. It pertains to the soldiers who once stood beside me in the brutal fight against Zenoira. Once my mind was freed from their foul magic, I noticed several of my men had gone missing. Later, I learned they returned to the forest soil and became one with the divine. No. I can't say for certain who was responsible for their deaths, and every time I inquire about it, my fellow attendants seem to shy away from the subject entirely. As such, I've come to believe they perished at my own hand. If that's true, then blame for their passing lies solely with me. How could you say such a thing? You only ever acted as a decoy in order to keep me safe. Many have laid down their lives in my name, Ralinor, a list which almost included you as well. It's a burden only I can bear. And if I ever hope to repay their sacrifice, I'll have to do so by winning the peace they desperately desired. But Terras! Huh, it seems that thorn found its way into both of our hearts in the end. I'm glad to know your pain, if nothing else. But despite all my claims to the contrary, I have a feeling we're no closer to removing it now than when we started. It appears I'm not the only one too serious for their own good. That's precisely why we make such a fitting pair. One that stood the test of time for decades by now. And one that will continue to do so for decades to come. Where is this one? Oh, here it is. Some of them are kind of far from the settlement. And then some of them have too many settlements all close together. I must say, Anissa, I'm still thinking about our most recent tea together. That cake you brought seemed every bit of real mushroom chocolate dirt and all. I'm glad you liked it. I had it made especially for you, you know. The way its delicate flavors complemented the tea, I suppose I should never have expected anything less. To be honest, I had such fun that day, I'm certain a smile still graced my lips as I fell asleep. It's good to see you're still as excitable as ever. I have to ask, though, did you enjoy yourself as well, Yanisa? You always seem to be finding ways to make me happy, but I struggle to tell if you ever actually have any fun yourself. Oh, Eltalinda. You really have no idea, do you? What do you mean? Of course I had fun with you. How could you possibly ever think otherwise? It's merely, I don't know. At times it seems as though you know me even better than I know myself. Well, I feel like I can barely tell the first thing about you. So that's how it is. Then listen well, Eltalinda. I don't need tea or cake or anything else to make me happy. All I need is you. So if you really care about how I feel, you'll keep that smile of yours as warm and beautiful as ever. Rosalinda, I should have known you would say something to that effect. And I feel exactly the same. Now let us enjoy the evening stars together. Oh, and Lynn Lagos already did his with Elaine, too. Ugh. A word, Galadimir. It's come to my attention you've injured your left arm. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I assure you, you needn't hide it from me. I can tell you're nursing the wound even now. But I wonder, why have you chosen not to present it to a healer? I can't let Terra Eltalinda find out about this. Knowing her, it would simply cause her to worry for my safety. But I can't claim I deserve such concern, especially after failing to protect her myself. So please keep this secret from me. This is far from the first time I've been wounded, and it surely won't be the last. Now let's never speak another word of it. As you wish. If it makes it any difference, I understand your sentiment. I too merely watched as Zenora ravished her home and abducted Aturnos. Even my poor attempt at resistance ended in near surrender. You need never conceal your troubles from me, Galadimir. I shall gladly keep them between us and see them remedied however possible. Thank you, Lynn Lagos. I'll not hide from you any longer. Wonderful. Now come, a bit of healing magic should set this right again in seconds. Oh, and they get two. Sweet. Forgive me for saying so, Galadimir, but I've heard a few of our soldiers whispering your name of late. They claim that at times your oft-stern expression has begun to grow far more tranquil. Has it now? Ever since you enlisted in the Liberation's ranks, you've held yourself almost as taut as a ready bowstring. I wonder if perhaps it was your guilt concerning Terra Eltalinda which bound you so. It was, but that hasn't changed even now. Perhaps she is willing to forgive my failings, but I refuse to do the same. You will in time. And you may not realize it now, but those moments of leisure our soldiers spoke of are the first step towards that forgiveness. You mean to imply I've lowered my guard? Another shortcoming I must learn to contend with. I'm sorry? Nothing I do will ever make amends for the dangers I inflicted upon Terra Eltalinda. Yet I've allowed myself to grow complacent, disarmed by the warmth of our new allies. I never would have realized it without your words of warning. But Galadimir, that was not my... The time for words has passed. When next we meet, I'll have steeled myself against the temptations which fetter me so... Now if you'll excuse me... There she goes, blind as ever to her own emotions. Though I don't have much right to criticize myself. Hey Mousy, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, it's good to see you. Good to see you being back to streaming as well the other day. It was a pleasure to catch your art stream, as always. Thanks for dropping by, feel free to make yourself comfy. Thank you, thank you. I know you don't like being showered with compliments, but you guys need to check out Mousy's art. It's amazing. Check her stream or on Twitter. Really cool character designs. Where is this one? Here. There you are, Lynn Lagos. Is there aught I can help you with, Terras? Merely something I wish for you to know. It concerns our time together as children. Go on, then. Amidst all those hours we spent roaming the city, enjoying our time together with the sun, made its nest 'neath the horizon, I often thought of you almost as a brother of my own. Yet even as a child I knew what would happen if you ever learned I was our nation's Turanos. No longer would I be able to treat you as the second sibling I never had. Thus I withheld the truth rather than bear its consequences. 'Twas an act most selfish of me. But Terras, even now I yearn for the childish innocence we've long since lost. You may now stand a member of my personal guard, but I so desperately wish you could be my brother instead. Granted, such thoughts are hardly appropriate given our social distinctions. Yet I would ask you indulge them all the same, one final time. Please, Lynn Lagos, let us relive our youth and never speak of this again. I am proud of you, Otolinda, of everything you are and everything you've become these past 10 years. But I'd like you to know that our time together was just as important to me as it was to you. It's a memory I'll treasure greater than any other, for as long as I walk this sacred earth. Thank you, my brother. Oh, that was sweet. I'm surprised Ridiel also gets 3 conversations with Elaine. Then again, her only other, like, multi-conversation is Chloe, so I guess that makes up for it. Are you ready to go now, Ridiel? I am. Sorry for making you come all this way to my house with me. With how quickly everything's happened, I never really had the chance to say goodbye. And look, I grabbed a little something to remember my mom by. It's a marvelous painting, Ridiel. That's her, back when she was first joining up with the Knights of Elheim. Apparently she got a commission for next to nothing. You could hardly tell from looking at it, especially in the manner her sword gleams in the sunlight. It's really something, isn't it? I always used to love it as a kid, spent hours upon hours staring at it, just hanging there on the wall. Not that I ever dreamt of becoming a knight myself. Looking back on it now, I think it was all some kind of childish wonder, admiration for a world I knew nothing about. But once I got older, and started seeing myself the kind of prejudice half-elves like me face, I realized just how impossible in reality this old thing depicted. I'm sorry, Ridiel. After that, it was painful even looking at it, so I shoved it in a closet and tried to forget instead. Kept it in there even after my mom died. But every once in a while I'd dig it up and wonder what she'd think if she knew how I felt. If nothing else, I'm certain she would be happy to see you staring at it again, just as you did when you were a child. And I can only imagine how proud it would make her to know you've inherited her bitter struggle against Zenora. I'll win it too, in her memory. I must know, Ridiel. Wait, they took away the second eye from Renee this time. What were you like as a child? Where's this coming from? I couldn't say really, I'm just curious, I suppose. I mean, I guess at least this time they didn't throw in a random hashtag, so... Sure, if that's what you want. It's not easy being a half-elf. Nowadays, most everyone tends to keep their distance from me. Although things were different when I was young. Kids are innocent until they learn to hate. So I had plenty of friends I used to play with, none of whom cared who I was or where I was from. But the older we got, the less they treated me like one of their own. I couldn't understand it, at least not at the time. But I do now, and the cold reality of that truth hurts. Almost as much as losing every friend you've ever known. Forgive me, Ridiel, I never should have asked such an insensitive question. In truth, I have no experience with such discrimination myself, and I have not claimed to understand how you can feel. But I hope to create a kingdom where none will have to suffer as you have ever again. Knowing you, I have a feeling you might just do it. Let us pray you're right. I think Ridio's actually a pretty interesting character, but she doesn't have too many report conversations to go off of. How would you feel about settling in Cornea, Ridio, after the end of the war, I mean? Again, you find a way to catch me off guard. That wasn't my intent. It's merely that our prior conversation gave me a fair amount to consider, and I've concluded I wish for my kingdom to be governed in much the same way the Liberation is. In my time as commander, I've come to encounter a great many people of various races and walks of life. Yet with the start of each day, we put our differences behind us and labor to reach a common goal. Such is the future I hope to build for Cornea as well. And I want for you to be a part of that, Ridio. I'm not sure Joseph would agree with you there. It's not his decision to make. Yet even if it were, he has long since confessed his trust in you. The only words he speaks of you now are those of praise for the excellent work you do in our name. You're too kind, Prince. I know you're only doing this to make me feel better. And in the past I would have hated you for taking pity on me. But now I'm happy to hear you say it. Turns out all this time I spent with you and your little army has changed who I am. For the better, in my view. Whenever I'm with you, Ridio, I feel a certain ease deep within my breast. So it pleases me to know the Liberation is able to provide the same comfort for you. Huh, I've never heard that one before. And I'll consider your offer. I wouldn't want that kindness of yours to go unanswered now, would I? Again, Elaine, you're gonna have to make a decision eventually. The woes of being the protagonist who could marry and date anyone. Just stop moving. Bok bok. And now you're mocking me, are you, damn birds? I don't mean to interrupt, Ridio, but what exactly are you doing here? You've been away from camp for some time now. Can't you tell I'm hunting chickens? Ah yes, the little escapees you bought at the market earlier. Doesn't seem you're having any luck, though. Well, I'm about to. Just stand back and watch me. Very well then, let's see how true those arrows of yours can fly. So many of these report conversations abusing the chickens. I don't understand. Why can't I hit them? Why isn't the first I in the sentence capitalized? It certainly isn't a matter of skill, I assure you. The issue lies in your lack of patience, Ridio. Once you fall prisoner to the need to hit your mark, an animal will sense that desperation and easily dodge your attack. Now, do it again. But this time, quiet your mind and focus on nothing but the arrow in your hand. Alright, I'll try. Bok! Another miss. Not entirely, it wasn't. You masked your intent rather well and grazed your target as a result. Fully grazing it was what I was trying to do, but there's no point complaining about it. I'm taking another shot. Phew. I admit, Ridio, your accuracy's improved quite significantly. And that should be all your chickens, yes? Oh right, I was so focused on the archery I almost forgot why I was here in the first place. Granted, one of them did get away, but I don't think they'll be causing me any more trouble. Thank you for this, Galadmir. Please, it was nothing. Though next time you buy chickens, perhaps you should make sure they never escape at all. Sure, great advice, thanks. Yeah, maybe she should consider playing chicken golf with Kitra instead. With a hammer. Because apparently that's a thing. Oh, Gamble gets 2 conversations with Elaine. So yeah, you ever need someone to go dirtying their hands for you, I'm your guy. I could never ask that of you, Gamel. Not after you promised me you would be living an honest life now. I'll not have you abandon that pursuit in my name. You're still believing in me, huh? Still trusting that I'm a new man, free of all this thieving business? Were you not, Celeste's loyalty would be questioned as well, forever speaking in your favor. And given the matter of your sister, I don't suspect you could do something so foolish. Got nothing to say to that. I am telling the truth, you know, but I gotta come clean about something. Ever since I decided to join up with you, I've been wondering if I really deserve this kind of life. I don't know, maybe it's just my conscience getting the better of me. But I seriously do want to spend whatever time I got left helping people who need it. Even if it means sinking back to a life of crime. Besides, if someone's gotta do it, figure that someone's better off being me instead of you. Don't give a damn how dangerous it is, neither. As far as I'm concerned, I should have been dead that day back in Coquillage. That's enough, Gamble. If you truly wish to atone for the sins of your past, you need merely carry their lessons into your future. Both for your own sake and for your sister's. You're a real piece of work, Elaine. When you're right, you're right. I won't go bringing this up again. I pray you don't. See, Gamble and Mandarin actually have some of the more interesting character arcs too, just because they start off as antagonists. Unlike other people that start off as antagonists, like Morden, for example. I knew something was wrong when you stopped reporting back. I messed up, Gamble. Bad. Well, don't worry. That's why I'm here to take over for you. What about your own responsibilities? What about them? None of that stuff is gonna matter if you end up getting yourself caught, you know? I guess not, yeah. Oh, and thanks again for doing this for me. Have you seen Gamble anywhere, Clive? Right here, boss. How fare the wounded? Sitting nice and safe in a nearby fort. Took a lot of work getting them there, but I think they're gonna be just fine. Got word for you from Travis, too. He says Zenora's running out of supplies, and fast at that. And we need simply await their retreat. Better that than risk our already weary soldiers in further battle. I should be off to alert Travis of the plan as well. Nah, you just keep doing your thing from here. I'll let him know what's what. It's very much appreciated. Sorry about earlier, Lane. I must have caused some real problems for Gamble back there. What do you mean? Well, I got hurt pretty bad when I was out on my own scouting mission. So I hid in an abandoned house, waited for the whole thing to blow over. At least till Gamble showed up and took over for me. What, he didn't tell you? I hear you did Travis quite the favor, Gamble. Oh, found out about that, did ya? What do you expect? The guy could barely move a muscle. Only fair I went in his place. Guess I should have told you before I did, though. But instead I took things into my own damn hands. Go on, then. I'll stomach whatever punishment you want to dish out. That's not why I've come, Gamble. In fact, I wish to commend you for your sound judgment. Had you delayed for even a moment, my order to halt our advance would have come too late, magnifying our fatigue even further. Well, look who's gone all soft on me. I won't deny I have, yet this incident only proves what I already believed to be true. You're a fine member of this army, Gamble, and a trustworthy friend. Yeah, whatever. See, that was quite an elaborate support conversation. It was like a three-parter. It included Travis and Clive, although Clive didn't say anything. A lot more involved. I like that they involve other characters too, besides just the two characters involved in the conversation. I'm surprised Gamble doesn't have a report with Travis, though. I would have liked to see that. But it does kind of elevate them higher than, like, Fire Emblem supports, for example, I think. Well, it was good to see you. Just take care of yourself, okay? Done patching things up? I am, yes. Really, though, I'd never have expected my friend once worked for you. You and me both. Of course, he was already long gone from the towns by the time I went clean. And now he's done the same as you. Apparently he's planning to enlist in the local militia. You've given me more than I ever could have asked for, Gamble. It was nothing compared to what you did for me. My friend did tell me a bit about his time with the Black Talons, though. You were some leader by the sounds of it. He said you'd always divide up the spoils yourself, so none of you younger thieves would get cheated out of their fair share. He always lured away the guards whenever a job was getting too dangerous. Kids likes running his mouth, huh? You know, most of my gang wasn't there because they wanted to be. They just didn't have a choice. Same as me. Probably explains why I was so keen to do all that stuff for him. That doesn't make any less of you. You saved their lives so many times, Gamel, and I couldn't be more thankful that you did. Enough of that. I'm no hero, far from it. You are to me, so please stop demeaning yourself like this. That's not what I was trying to do. Do you want to know what I think? I think you need to be a little prouder of what you've accomplished. Now repeat after me. I, Gamel, am proud to have saved Celeste's friend. This is some kind of sick joke. I'm serious about this. Alright then. I, Gamel, am proud. Proud of what exactly? To have saved Celeste's friend, who apparently doesn't have a name either. That wasn't so hard, now was it? Says you, I felt I was gonna pass out. And I guess I don't mind taking a little embarrassment if it means being your friend. Again, I think he has an interesting character arc. It's too bad I hear a lot of people actually, like, don't recruit him and they just kill him outright. Which, of course, you know, kind of makes sense given the circumstances at the time. Especially if you don't know that he becomes recruitable later. Ha! Hey, what's the big idea? You got a problem with me? You can say it to my face. Is that you, Gamel? From where I stood, your physique resembled that of a fugitive who has long since plagued this region. Would have pierced him clean through the heart, too, assuming he can't dodge arrows like I can. I'm guessing you weren't planning to take him alive. I wasn't, no. Not only is the man a prolific thief, but a murderer, too. One who takes great pleasure in his cruel deeds. From what I hear, he's often seen marching to battle on behalf of Zenoira as well. So if we ever face an enemy who brandishes his blade with utter glee, then we'll know it's him. Makes me sick to my stomach seeing what people are capable of. At times I forget you were the same as him once. Oh, at first I thought she was just literally talking about, like, old Gamel. Tell me, did the guilt of your actions not weigh heavily on your heart? Sure it did, but then I remembered who I was fighting for and pushed those thoughts clean out of my mind. Can't say I'm much better than the guy you're hunting, really. Crimes are crimes, if they got good reasons behind them. Indeed, I hope you know that yours will be punished in kind once this war is over. Fine by me. I don't know if I deserve palling around with all these liberation folks till then. But at least I know my sister will have some good people watching over her after I'm gone. Besides, Elaine's gonna be king before long. And I bet once he is, nobody will have to survive off thieving ever again. I pray you're right. It's also nice that some characters still, like, call them out on, you know, their past deeds to remind them. It's not, like, all about 100% redemption. But they're still kind of loosey-goosey about it, but I don't know. I think the dynamic's interesting. The idea of the dynamic is interesting. The friendship between Mandarin and Gamel's also pretty cool too. Another day, another nightmare. I'm losing my mind here, damn it. It's always the same thing, too. Bugs crawling all over me, calling my name the whole time. Gotta have something to do with the liberation, I bet. I don't know if I'll ever get used to how damn nice everyone is. Well, look what we got here. Mandarin's been sleeping like a baby ever since he got his hands on that new bow. Not even paying attention to all the nightmares I've been having. I think I owe him a bit of taunting for that. How's it going there, Mandarin? That's some bow you got. People are saying you seem like a new man since buying it. Well, I feel like one. And it's all on account of Gamel. Gamel the second here. Ooh? Oh, he named his bow the bow. All my weapons get names, you see. Little reminders of what they mean to me. Figured nobody deserved the honor more than my old partner in crime. That's kind of sweet, actually. Listen, I'm not one for judging what people are into. But Gamel the second? Really? It's only fair after you gave me the coin to buy it. Oh yeah, their last support conversation was really sweet too, actually. Well, sure, that was pretty nice of me. But you don't gotta give it my name. I do, actually. No debt goes unpaid and all that. Carved your name right into the grip the day I got it. And I'm honored you did. Still, something about this just seems wrong. So sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to scratch it out. Not happening. You said it yourself, things have been going good for me ever since I got it. If that doesn't prove I picked the right name, I don't know what will. Ugh, it's like we're speaking two different languages here. You'll get what I'm saying if you just try it, Gamel. All you gotta do is polish your weapon every night before bed. Call the thing by its name while you're at it. A friend like that will never let you down. Hold on a sec, you mean you've been saying my name in the middle of the night? Sure have. You've been doing it while I was sleeping next to you? That's the short of it, yep. Mandarin, you're the reason I'm having all those nightmares. The conversation just ends there. Kind of funny. I like those two. Oh, Mandarin also had his own conversation with Elaine already, so I don't need to do that. In fact, his only one left is with Celeste. Would have been nice if he at least got two with Oakley's or something. Stop right there, vile rogue. Did you forget we agreed to stroll through the woods today? Celeste. Sorry, I think that might have been a bit too much. Don't worry about it, but I gotta ask, why are you talking like that damn angel does? Well, I overheard you and Oakley's trading barbs the other day. It's impressive, really. The two of you fight every time you see each other, but you seem like good friends. And I thought maybe her irritability was somehow key to that friendship. You've got it all wrong there. First off, me and that angel aren't friends, not even close. You're not? Second, when we do talk, it's usually just her swearing she'll get revenge on me. Wouldn't be surprised if she was round here now, ready to put a sword in my back any moment. Anyway, important thing is you're better off not talking like that. Even if you're friends with someone, you never know how they're gonna take it. Things go sideways, you might end up fighting for real. I guess there are just some things you just shouldn't say to people. Not to mention you're pretty terrible at it. And for what it's worth, I think we're friends enough as it is. No change is necessary. Oh, in that case, I'll treat you just the same as I did before. Appreciate it. Now, what was that about taking a stroll? Well, let's just forget it, okay? This whole situation's gotten a bit too embarrassing for my liking. Nice try, but no takebacks. Come on, out with it. Who's being the mean one now? The most polite way to say watch your tone. Mandarin's kind of so unintentionally funny. Might I trouble you for a moment, Celeste? It pertains to the banquet that was thrown for us after we liberated the nearby town. What about it? Well, it is merely that I noticed you putting a rather exorbitant amount of salt and pepper on your food. I do remember doing so, yes. You mean to say it was intentional then? I thought the ale had just gotten the better of you. I suppose my true question is, do you always eat in such a manner? Not generally, no. But I was so nervous sitting next to you, I could barely taste a thing. I've never heard of such a phenomenon. I didn't want to let the feast go to waste though, so I poured on as much seasoning as I could, try and enhance the flavor. That's quite an inventive solution. Forgive me, Celeste, I failed to realize the hardship my presence caused you. It's not your fault, my prince. I'm just too shy for my own good sometimes. You're awfully skilled at hiding it, if so. Assuming it's me that causes you the most worry, perhaps we can help you grow accustomed to my company. Let's try shaking hands to begin with. Yes, let's. Celeste, you're burning up. Are you feeling ill at all? Wait here while I summon a healer. I'm fine, really. It's only the nerves getting to me a little. This may prove more difficult than I expected. Okay, someone with a conversation for once where they're like not getting along with Elaine right off the bat. I mean, other than Tatiana. Your temperature seems rather normal today, Celeste. Perhaps you've finally grown somewhat used to my presence. I believe I have, after all these mornings we've spent shaking hands. then the venture was well worth it, I'd say. Even if it meant being teased by Lex every time he walked by. Huh. Is something funny? Well, I'd never taken the hand of a prince before we started doing all this practice. And every time I do, it feels like I've become a princess just for a moment. One with neither castle nor crown, I should remind you. It's strange to think that without this war, we likely would never have met each other. Ah, sorry, I seem to have let myself get carried away for a second there. I don't say that to reprimand you, Celeste. I merely find it beautiful how even the most terrible of situations can give rise to so many fine friendships. And potentially more than that. So, should it bring you joy to think of yourself as a princess, I'll not tell you to do so otherwise. Elaine, I spent much of my time as a child reading fairy tales, grand stories of royal families and fearless adventures. Often I would close my eyes and imagine I was a character in one myself. And to hear you speak such kind words to me, I'm starting to wonder if I truly am. It's a fine thought, yes. Then come, we have a song to sing with the animals of the forest. Perhaps we needn't go that far into the fantasy. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind humoring her for at least a little while. Right? This man really just said, you could potentially be more than that, with a straight face. Oh, what a heartbreaker, Elaine, what a heartbreaker. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want him to get married to anyone. Is it only me, Galadimir, or is there something oddly calming about these frozen lands? I'm certain it's only you. Standing still for even a moment will see us buried to our waists in snow while battle consumes twice the energy as it does elsewhere. Ah, I see now. That was meant to be a joke, in hopes of alleviating the unfamiliarity between us. To be frank, I hadn't thought you the jesting type. I didn't realize I was quite that unsociable, and I'll have you know it was no joke. In that case, the harsh cold must be clouding your judgment. Come, we should get you somewhere warm before the stupor grows worse. And that's not it either, it's just this place reminds me of the subterranean city I'm from. Dark, cold, yet beautiful in equal measure. I feel at home here, almost as though I could lie down for a nice rest. Yes, and it'll be the last rest you ever took. It's clear to me now frigid climes have dulled your wits. Here, I'll drag you back to Terra Rosalinda myself if I must. It is a strange sensation, I'll see that. But if anything, I'd guess the only ailment afflicting me is a severe case of homesickness. The idea of her, like, grabbing him by the hand and then leading him through the snow like a child. And that's his only conversation with her. Hey, Girlfriend76, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Okay, we're almost on Elheim. Forgive me for saying, Ralinor, but I was watching the way you fought in that last battle. Still concerned for my health, Not anymore. It was as if your blade had a mind of its own, while you yourself moved far quicker than I'm frankly used to these days. Almost like the Ralinor of years past stood before me again, ready to scold me for the slightest step out of line. I'm merely doing what you said, proving my devotion in life, not in death. Besides, what sort of instructor would I be if I had my own apprentice fearing for my safety? But I must admit I'm impressed at just how much your awareness of the battlefield has improved. In your youth, you would fly into a blind rage the very moment you drew your sword. I learned that composure from you, you know, to let the fire burn within, while clearing my mind both calm and clear. It's the only way to protect the things that matter most. Time has certainly changed you, Athelion. How so? As a boy, you always used to think of your allies as little more than impediments, obstacles to overcome rather than people to cherish. Yet no longer. That's precisely the reason you've continued to watch after me, is it not? It wasn't a conscious intent, I assure you, though I can't deny the fellowship I feel when I fight at your side. And I couldn't just watch as you cast your life away for nothing. Huh, perhaps it wasn't time that changed you at all, but meeting Elaine. I expect you're right. The man dedicates himself to serving others and in the process helps them grow and thrive in extraordinary ways. It's perplexing to say the least. Yet it's all the more reason we must claim victory in this war, both for him and for Terra Rosalinda. After everything we've been through together, I could expect nothing less. I have to know, Elaine, what was your first impression upon arriving in Elheim? It would have to be the greenery, of course. 'Tis a far more wondrous land than Cornea, with nigh untouchable divinity to it all. At times of solitude, it felt as though the trees themselves were likely to pick me up and carry me off to unknown shores. I can't deny the possibility. Our forest is a beautiful place indeed, yet shall show no sympathy towards those who threaten it. And while Zenoira's encroachment may have robbed the Fae of much of their strength, I'm certain they were ever vigilant in studying your actions, and presumably still are. Let us presume, then, that the forest were restored to its natural state. Would a mere word from your lips be enough to make me vanish for the rest of time? If the breath of evil in your heart demanded such measures, then yes. Yet I can't imagine that ever being the case. Not for the man who was so brave in delivering me from Zenoira's grasp. My faith in you shall not waver, Elaine, no matter what events may lie ahead. Of course, she has 3 conversations with Elaine. It's a fine morning, Altalinda. Indeed it is, my prince. I pray the day ahead shall prove a fruitful one. Is something the matter? This distant formality is far removed from the joyous girl of days prior. I speak of the moment you and the others came upon a rare variety of poisonous herb here in Cornea, of course. And what a delightful moment it was. Yet such outbursts are wholly inappropriate for one of my standing. There are rules I must uphold as the Turanos of Elheim, a ban on consorting with foreign dignitaries chief among them, no matter where my own personal feelings may lie on the subject. Yet in my view, you seem to fulfilling that duty perfectly well. When the occasion calls for it, you command great esteem in your role as Turanos, while at others you simply let yourself exist as a mere elf among friends and nothing more. I suppose the issue here is my wishing to be your friend. But all you did was express your delight at fighting an herb. Anyone should be free to do the same, no matter what nation they... Altalinda. You misunderstand. I speak not of my behavior when conversing with the others, but rather the emotions I've begun to bear for you. Altalinda, Forgive me, I didn't mean to grab your hands like that. It looked more like she put her spear to his throat. Yet perhaps my doing so is testimony in itself. Proof of the relationship I wish to foster with you. I wouldn't mind were that the case. Elaine, stop leading all these girls on! Thanks for stopping by the stream, Danger Gel. Hope you have a good rest. We'll catch you next time. I must be talking about another one up here. Aha! Altalinda? What is it, Elaine? Forgive me the outburst, but I can't say I much expected you to embrace me like this. It's a method I learned from one of my retainers. According to them, the best way to show deep affection for someone is by holding them close, not letting go. Dang, his supports with Altalinda are the most romantic ones yet, even more than like with Scarlet or Chloe or Melisandre. That's not entirely incorrect, and yet you find my actions odd. I understand. It's a difficult matter indeed to accurately study customs not found within Elheim's borders. Ah, that explains why you seem so uncomfortable doing so. You're blushing, Elaine. It appears we both are, yes. Perhaps I should have known this would be a struggle. How do you mean? I was only attempting to imitate your traditions as I was taught. Yet all the while my heart pounded in my chest. I'm meant to be the leader of my nation, but these feelings only make it more difficult to maintain the distance that such a role requires. Should our association prove a hindrance to the war effort? Ah, Elaine! I don't want to maintain that distance with you, Eltolinda. And the more our roles demand we stay at arm's length, the more I want to pull you close to me. I admit I'm happy to know I'm not the only one struggling with this. But try as we might, there will come a time we have to leave each other. It's simply the reality of our differing lifespans. Then that's all the more reason to spend as much time together now as we possibly can. You may just be right, Elaine. You'd laugh if his sprite was on the horse. I think Elaine's one of the, only characters in this game that has, even when he's in a class that is mounted, has a non-mounted and a mounted sprite. I mean, other characters do in cutscenes, not for, just wandering the overworld, because you can dismount like this on the overworld, I guess. I guess he's also the only unit that gets a mount upon promotion, because everyone else just already has a mount, I think. Yeah, you can manually dismount just on the map. It makes you run faster, so I have it on the horse by default. No, you can only dismount, when you're traveling the overworld, not during battle. If I may, Terras, it's a great honor to serve at your side once more. Do you know how worried I was, Galadimir? When the magic which clouded my mind finally lifted, you were nowhere to be seen. Not by choice. When I returned from my duty, Laurel had fallen. All I could do was bide my time until the proper moment presented itself. Perhaps that was for the best. Had you been beside me while I was under Zenora's sway, I might as well have struck you down. And if I had, I would never be able to live with myself. I'm not one to die that easily, Terras. Especially if it were you after my life. My, isn't someone feeling confident? And why wouldn't I be? I've never lost a single sparring match to you in all our years together. You say that as though it hasn't been ages since we last fought. I'm no longer the child you may remember me as, and I shall prove as such in about this very moment. Then may luck be with you. That was quite the battle, Galadimir. Indeed it was. You've truly grown, Terras. Ah. What is it? Oh, nothing of much import. It simply struck me how many moons have passed since we've been able to speak like this. Ah. Growing up here in Laurel, few regarded me as anything beyond their blessed Turanos. Yet you never let my title interfere with our friendship. At times you would scold me and Rosalinda for making trouble in the palace, while at others you would laugh with us, like the third sister we never had. I suppose I would, yes. I was so extremely grateful to have you, Galadimir. Just the same as I am now. Such words are wasted on a failed guardian. Please, Galadimir, I'll not abide any further self-doubt. What matters now is you're here, and I couldn't ask for anything more. Ah, Galadimir, precisely the woman I was searching for. How might I help you, Terras? The truth of the matter is, I've realized something over the course of our travels with the Liberation. What I once thought to be a journey to restore our home to its former beauty has, in time, blossomed into much more. No longer do I wish to return to the days of yore, but found a new Elheim where people of all races and creeds can live in harmony. Forgive me the query, but to my ear it sounds as though you seek to excise the roots of our very society. I do. This world continues to change with each passing day. We must ever strive to change with it. And I couldn't imagine doing so without you at my side. Me? But if you aim to disparage yourself, stop. You're a dear friend to me, Galadimir. One whose support and whose love I'll not bear to be without in the trying times which lie ahead. Have I said something to offend? Not at all, Terras. It's merely your kindness moved me to tears. Did it now? I hardly thought myself capable. Indeed, it's difficult to believe the little girl I once knew could truly deliver such touching words. It would seem you'll always consider me that same child. I'll not. You've grown to be an elegant woman, Terras, and a fine Turanos at that. Well, I suppose I'm rather relieved to hear that. What of my proposal? Will you join me, Galadimir? Are you certain you wish to have me? I could want no other, and I hope to never lose your loyalty, your strength, or your compassion. Then you never shall. Come what may, I will continue to serve this nation until the light of life departs my body, both as your retainer and as your friend. I thank you, Galadimir, from the very depths of my heart. We're getting there. Humorous, was it? I heard you're quite a breadth of knowledge regarding flowers and their many varieties. I do, yes. Before she passed, my mother taught me everything she knew of the blossoms she loved so dearly. Forgive my indelicacy in the matter. Though in truth I bear a similar memory, my nursemaid spent many of her days tending to our palace's flower gardens. She was also the one responsible for training me to become Turanos. From dawn until dusk, she would instruct me in all manner of prayers and rituals, never allowing me to leave the castle walls. All the while Rosalinda could wander the forest as she pleased without so much as a reprimand. In an act of clandestine defiance, I began to cultivate a garden of my own in the basement. Away from the sun, but how? Mushrooms, of course. Did you know they continue to grow even absent the sun's light? Raised as I was by Ervalda's blessing, the room soon filled with fungi of nigh every shape and color. They grew so tall I feared they may burst through the ceiling. Their roots covered the floor like a soft, earthy carpet, while brilliant spores danced through the air in much the same way fairies do. That sounds kind of disgusting. Mushrooms are kind of gross. It brought to mind scenes from the greatest fictions I've ever read. Exactly, it sounds like The Last of Us. It sounds closer to a horror story to me. Yes, humorous, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yet nothing lasts forever. One day my nursemaid discovered the garden I worked so hard to keep from her. But instead of scolding me, she went about burning the entire grove to ash. It was the most terrible sight I ever witnessed. I can't say I altogether blame her. I was heartbroken, as you might expect. While it may have been little more than an attempt to calm my tears, she granted me a small corner of her garden to do with as I pleased. Thus I decided to grow an herb, the lively mint plant. Mint? Left unchecked. It consumes everything in its path, yes. In the end, it choked the very life from my nursemaid's beloved flowers. Wow, Elsalinda, you're actually kind of horrible. How could you do such a thing? Huh, there's nothing quite like a bit of horticulture, Sorry I had to hear all that. The truth is, I'm the one who told our nursemaid about the mushrooms. But maybe it's best if we keep that from Eltolinda, yes? What a terrifying tale! That is horrifying. Unable to go outside, she rebelled by growing a garden of mushrooms. Nursemaid found out, burned it all to the ground, gave her a piece of her garden to console her, and then she grew mint, which overtook the entire garden and killed everything. The end. Look, Unifi, the sunrise is gorgeous, don't you think? In this land of snow, the sky seems to be a single blue petal, set ablaze at its edge by dawn's first light. Whoa, that sounded almost like poetry for a second there. Is that really different back there in Elheim? Indeed it is. Our dawns are more akin to a golden nectar spilling down the side of a ripe persimmon. Wow, I hope I can see that for myself someday. You know, all this stuff about the sky is really bringing back memories. This one time a few years ago, I was walking on the beach when I spotted cloud-shaped like the fuzziest cat you've ever seen. I tried running after it to see where it was heading and ended up falling straight into the ocean. Luckily Morard was there to scoop me out, but I got a real scolding from Ramona once we got home. I guess a lecture is what I deserve for all the effort it took to warm up me again. You seem to have been quite the inquisitive child. Still, I'm glad there was no lasting harm. As for what it's worth, I think it's wonderful your imagination can summon forth cats in the sky. In your eyes, perhaps it truly was there, prowling the heavens in search of a mouse to catch. It also makes me proud of the whole disaster, when you put it like that. Hey, I know, why don't we do a little bit of cloud watching ourselves right now? A lovely idea, made all the lovelier by the colors of the rising sun. Do you see that one there? It resembles a poisonous herb which grows rampant in my homeland. I think that's a little more intense than what I had in mind. Linda, what is going on inside that head of yours? Let's watch Elaine flirt with Gladimir, too. I admit, Elaine, you performed quite admirably in my test of your intentions. Now, if only you were better suited to fighting beside Ter Linda, you might just earn a passing grade. Is that meant to be a compliment? Not as such, no. I'll concede you have talent, but surely entirely wasted at the moment. You and Lex have spent a great many years training for this war together, but always practicing with the same person means you only know how to react to their particular way of doing things. You must learn how to adapt with a new partner, one like me if you're willing. Are you certain that's necessary? Of course I am. There's no telling when an enemy archer may attempt to strike you down. And the stronger you grow, the more assured I could be in Ter Linda's safety under your command. So that's what you're after. In part, yes, but I meant every word. Now, what do you say? It would be my pleasure, Gladimir. I look forward to learning what an attendant to the Turnos is capable of. Just the answer I was hoping to hear. What incredible strength. On your feet, Elaine. It's much too early for you to be giving up now. But of course, I shall press ever onward, if I must. What's going on here, Gladimir? Elaine looks as though he's about to faint. Again, it just ends like that. I guess. Ter Rosalinda awaits you neath the light of the moon, my prince. Go to her. I'm sorry? I hope this tryst is as enjoyable for you as it surely will be for her. Slow down a moment, please. What is it you expect from me? As I said before, I wish for you to appease Ter Rosalinda. And have you told her I would be coming? I have not. She always has enjoyed a pleasant surprise, you see. Now get over there, this instant. But I... Go! Ugh. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Only a mere twist of the ankle. Oh, I thought she, like, punched him. I wish I had your certainty. In any case, you shouldn't bear weight on it until we can be certain it's only a sprain. Here, allow me to carry you to the healer. Leave me be, I beg you. You mustn't miss your rendezvous with Ter Rosalinda. This isn't the time for your schemes, Ralinor. I'll only speak with her after I'm certain you're better. Ugh. It was a little more than a minor strain. In the end, you were fortunate indeed nothing was broken. I suggest you seek out Rosalinda after this as well. She seemed rather worried about you when I told her what happened. You aren't upset with me after all I've done. All my failed schemes, as you eloquently put it. You were only acting out of concern for your lady, Ralinor. I can never be upset at loyalty as fierce as yours. A loyalty which sees you ever committed to our army and its well-being as well. So please take this opportunity to revel in a bout of much-deserved rest. Elaine, What is it? I don't know what I've done to earn such sympathy from you. It is nothing to earn, purely a matter of course. In any event, I should be going now. The others have needed me back in camp. There you are, Ralinor. I was so worried about you I could barely sleep. Forgive me, Terras. Don't apologize. The only thing I want is for you to take better care of yourself. Then it's precisely what I'll do. Hey, Mondo! Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the nourishment. Oh, and thank you for the stretch, Kieran. I really appreciate it. You guys at home, make sure you stretch. Sit up straight in your seats. Make sure you're not slouching. Stretch those joints. Make sure you're nice and healthy and happy. Thank you, bestie. And if you aren't already, make sure you go follow Mondo. Not only is he an amazing artist, but he also streams his art as well, and he's really fun to watch. He's great at it, he's fun to talk to. Please go check him out, he's really cool. Okay, last one for Elheim. Ugh, I've never experienced such sweltering heat in all my life. It is pretty rough out here, yeah. We better start heading back to the oasis. I understand this may be rude to question, Dinah, but aren't you troubled by all that warm fur? Even if I was, what exactly am I supposed to do about it? Don't you dare say I should cut it. That'd be like me telling you to scratch your own skin off. I didn't mean to cause offense. It's fine, really. I think the sun's just making me more irritable than usual. You're not wrong, either. It's tough living with a thick coat like this outside of Pistorius. Reminds me of the old friend, actually. The guy loved to travel and eventually ended up down here in the desert. But by the time he came home, his fur was short as anything. Apparently that summer coat is what kept him nice and cool throughout all this heat. Then there's your answer, yes. Go on, shed. I can't just do it on command. Adjusting to a new environment like that takes months, not days. Would you mind not standing so damn close? That arm of yours is hot enough to grill a steak on. My apologies. What about you? Ever thought about cutting that hair of yours? As though I could possibly do such a thing. I've let it grow for many moons in order to best resemble Terra Rosalinda, and it shall take far more than a little perspiration to break my conviction. Guess I'm not the only stubborn one around here, huh? But maybe it's more loyalty in your case. Either way, the only thing we can do now is deal with it together. Wow, a rapport conversation with Dinah where she was a little bit more pleasant than usual. Okay, now we can move on to Pistorius. Oh, I thought Unifi was before Morard. Time to talk with the furries. Urgh. Fear not, for the King of Beasts is here to... Ahem. Morard, what are you doing out here? Well, it's not what it looks like, I promise you. Every so often I act out the plot of a well-known storybook for the children back in Bastaritsa. But it's been a while since I've done so, given everything that's happened with the war. Hence, you thought to practice. I suppose that makes sense. For a moment there, I truly believed you were leaping out to protect someone. I even found myself readying my blade to fend off any enemies before they could make their approach. I suppose what I'm saying is it was a remarkably realistic performance. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Elaine. I have to wonder though, is it not difficult acting all the parts yourself? Perhaps I might help you, assuming you wouldn't mind my company. No, I couldn't ask you to do that, Prince. Please, I insist. I've always held a marked interest in the theater myself. While I often observe such productions from the audience, it was all too rare I could actually partake. Well then, now's your chance. Here's the script I've been working off. Thank you, Morard. Let us begin at once. Evildoers, beware! Surrender now, or be put to the sword. That's a good start, Elaine. Now try that again with a little more energy. It's kind of cute. Nope, not character list. Nope, not item list. Okay, we're finally at the point that we can start going from the bottom of the list here. I must admit, Morard, after your memories returned, I feared you would venture off on your own far beyond anywhere we could reach you. But I'm relieved to see my worries were unfounded. That's actually exactly what I was planning to do. I thought an old soldier like me didn't have any right to stay here. Though when the moment finally came, I couldn't follow through. It's been years now since you brought me and Unifi into your home. The three of us started living as a family. Even as Zenora's cold dominion pushed further and further into our lands, the warmth of our bond never faded. I still treasure the days of Unifi dragging me outside to have snowball fights with her. Or you, humming proudly as you embroidered my armor with decorations more fitting for a young boy than a grown man. Huh. All that time, all those memories with the two of you are some of the best I've ever had. So no matter how much I wanted to cast that life aside, I could never bring myself to do so. It's a good thing too. Unifi and I would have been furious if you abandoned us without so much as a single word. Yet I wonder, is there not another family waiting for you out there? A human family? Not anymore, there's not. My parents passed when I was just a kid. I think that explains the comfort I felt in my life here in Pistorius. Ah. Forgive me for saying so, but I find that to be somewhat of a relief. I've thought before about the possibility of you leaving us, Morard, and every time it ends with me in tears, struggling to bear such powerful emotion. Well, you don't have to worry. You and Unifi are the greatest family I could ever ask for. I think I just did the wrong report. I think I was supposed to do Morard with Elaine. Is it at the same location? That might be why. Oh, it is. No better. So you rebelled against Zenora in hopes of rescuing the king's daughter, and in doing so lost your memories as well as your body. As far as I can remember, yes. I expect I'm the only human in all of Fevrith to have ever experienced such a thing. Yet here you stand, undeterred in your ambition to help those in need, both within Pistorius' borders and beyond them. I have to imagine you've always borne this clarity of purpose, even as a human. Purpose, huh? I'm not sure that had anything to do with it. Deserting Zenora was a spur-of-the-moment decision, urged by passing emotion and nothing more. Once I remembered what happened, once I knew who I really was, I kept it from the very people I've come to think of as family. So don't talk to me about purpose, Elaine. The only constant in my life is betrayal and deception. Even should that be the case, I'm certain you made the right decision. Few others would do what you did for the daughter of a king you were meant to slay. It was a staggering feat of bravery, Morard, and I'll not let you convince yourself otherwise. Huh. There was something else I remembered just as you said that. As my consciousness faded after I turned on Zenora, I thought my end had finally come. Yet in the moment, it wasn't fear of death that gripped my heart. It was pride. Thank you for a reminder of that, Elaine. And you're right, you know, maybe everything really has turned out for the best. I'm sure it has, Morard. It's not that way. It must be this way. Nope, this is pretty far out. Has to be one of these ones. Thank you both for the wonderful gifts. And of course the fine meal as well. It's been some time indeed since the three of us last dined like this, but I pray we could do it again sooner rather than later. You think she was happy with that? I'm sure she was. Looks like all that time we spent planning paid off then. And seeing how much Ramona was enjoying it, I honestly couldn't help but smile too. Indeed, it was one of the finest days I could ever remember. By the way, Morard, don't you think it's a little colder than usual today? Not particularly, no. Have you come down with a fever, Unifi? Let me feel your forehead. Well, no, that's not what... Your body temperature seems to be normal, but your hands are practically frozen solid. My hands? Oh, well, Speaking of hands, I actually have a present for you, Morard. You do? Here, I hope you like it. What magnificent mittens! Sorry about earlier. I only asked if you're cold because I wasn't sure how to bring it up. Don't apologize, Unifi. The truth is... I bought you a pair of mittens as well. You did? And they're even the same style as the ones I got you, just a lot smaller. I too wasn't sure how to broach the topic earlier. My comment about your hands was the best attempt I could make. And here I thought this kind of stuff only happens in fairy tales. As did I, but I won't complain to know we both came up with the same idea. Thank you, Unifi. I'll think of you every time I put them on. Same here, and coincidence or not, I'm glad we get to match now. Perhaps we should both wear them when the three of us next have dinner together. Though I imagine Ramona would feel left out without mittens of her own. That's an easy problem to solve. Let's buy her some. Yes, let's. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on her face when we give them to her. Oh, those guys are sweet. Their little found family. Okay, Unify gets 3 with Elaine, of course. Is it this one? Oh, the smell. Aha! I knew it was you, Elaine. Are you calling him Stinky? Sorry, were you tracking my scent? Mm-hmm. It's really easy to tell you apart from anyone else. You've got this noble smell, but it's kind of rough around the edges too. Totally different from pretty much any Bestrel. Interesting. I never would have realized that myself. What else? They even have an animation of her sniffing, which I'm pretty sure she doesn't use. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure she does do some sniffing in the main story. She doesn't use it in battle, obviously. Were you out here picking berries? I can smell them in your bag. You can. And I can tell what you had for dinner last night if I really put my mind to it. Or if you're getting sick. I even know what you're thinking right now. Okay, Unify, now you're just being creepy. How does that have anything to do with scent? Oh, it doesn't. That's just a little joke. Wait a sec. What is it this time? We have to get out of here, Lane. There's a blizzard coming our way and fast. Is this another one of your jokes? I'm serious, come on. It's a good thing we left when we did, Unify. Any later, we would have found ourselves trapped in quite the storm. And I must say, it's truly impressive how you can perceive the weather by smell alone. That's just how it goes when you've lived in Pistorius as long as I have. You ever need a nose for something, I'm your Kiro. Are all her rapport conversations with Elaine just about her nose? This should be the place. Oh, and the ice is pretty thin around here, so make sure you follow my every step, Elaine. So I shall. Still, it's striking just how dangerous of a land Pistorius can be, especially when something as commonplace as gathering materials can carry deadly implications. I struggle to think how we could ever manage without you, Unify. Why were you not here next to me? I wouldn't even be able to walk safely. That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Not in the slightest. Absent your guidance, our battles through the tundra would prove far more difficult. In fact, I would hazard to say you're the only reason we've survived for as long as we have. Well, I'm just happy to help where I can. Now, this next part is where things get really tough. Grab my hand. You have to follow my footsteps exactly if you don't want to fall into any holes hidden under the snow. Very well. Whoa, your hand is freezing. While yours is so warm. Guess you'll just have to hold on tight then. I'll thaw you out in no time. Thank you, Unify. To be honest, it's so cold out here I was beginning to grow somewhat numb. You didn't think to tell me? You could have gotten frostbite, Elaine. Yet again, we've met with success in battle, and it's entirely thanks to you, Unify. Huh, you're very welcome. But I don't know, it feels like maybe you're complimenting me too much. I'm not certain I see the problem with that. I guess it's just getting my hopes up is all. You flirt with like every girl in the army without knowing it. It just makes me think you might even want to live here in Pistorius with me after the war. That's not possible, Unify. Not for the man who's going to be king, I know. Indeed, reclaiming my kingdom is the very reason I embarked on this journey to begin with. Maybe I can come with you then. Though I wouldn't really be able to help you as much if we're not braving the tundra together. It's true your aid has proven invaluable through the endless northern winters, Unify. But I would gladly let you lead me by the hand no matter where we are in the world. I can imagine no warmth more comforting than that. For in truth I've grown rather fond of the way you pull me around. Elaine, Not only that, but I wish to do the same for you. In my home of Cornea, once we've claimed it as our own once more. Elaine, you gotta stop saying these things to people. Would you be open to that? Nothing would make me happier. And I've always wanted to see where you're from too, so no matter what happens, I'll be right here at your side through every second of it. Just promise me you're really gonna do it. Show me around Cornea, I mean. I promise, Unify. Huh. I can't wait. Hey Curtis! Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the warm welcome back. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's hard to believe how quickly time flies, Unifi. Almost 8 years have passed since the day I first found you. Hey Ramona, have you ever regretted taking me in? Well, you always were something of a troublemaker. If I ever took my eye off you for even a second, you would run off without so much as a word. Most of the time, you would let yourself into people's homes and make friends with their children. Though once you went missing for an entire evening, only to have spent the night sleeping beside the creatures of the forest. Despite our frantic searching, Morad and I didn't find you until you walked back into town come sunrise. Yeah, I remember. Sorry for making you worry. Please, it's a little more than an amusing memory nowadays. In fact, I thought your ambition to be quite an admirable trait, as well as your keen ability to befriend anyone you meet, in but an instant. It is your kindness which made such feats possible. Even as a young girl, you were capable of so much, things I myself often struggled with. What I mean to say is the only emotion I feel toward my time raising you is pride. You and Morad are my family, Unifi, the most wonderful family I could ever imagine. Ramona, I'm glad you're the one who found us all those years ago. Thank you for being the best mom in the world. Aww. It's funny, the heart here on the map is attached to that town, but you have to go all the way around the other town to get to it, so it might as well be part of the other town. Ugh, I don't think I'll ever get to sleep. Wait, is that Goville? Where's he going at this time of night? Grandpa. Grandma. Goville? Oh, who's there? Oh, it's just you, Unifi. Are you crying? Me? Not a chance in hell. But, listen, you better not tell anyone about this or else. I won't, I promise. What are you doing here anyway? Well, I couldn't sleep, so I stepped outside my tent for a second. That's when I saw you wandering off. What about you? Is there a reason you're out in the middle of nowhere by yourself? What is it? Fine, I'll tell you. It's my grandparents, alright? Ever since they died, I can't stop thinking about them. Goville, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Just had another dream about him, too. I was a kid again, living in that cozy little house they used to have. It was the happiest time I could ever remember. You must have really loved them. I did, but I still didn't think you'd catch me crying over it. Seems like you're always finding the parts of me I never planned on sharing. Maybe you could tell me for real then. About your grandparents, I mean. I guess I don't have a choice when you put it like that. But just a few stories, okay? My grandpa used to run a tavern over in town, and one day... Aw. I'm glad we get to see these other sides of some of the characters. Also, Unifi has so many reports. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of reports, because a lot of them are single ones, but she has a lot of different people. Say, Dinah, everyone in the Liberation's pretty nice, huh? Where's this coming from? I guess they're not bad for outsiders. Ah, I knew you were warming up to them. You say that like I'm colder than the damn snow. If anything, it feels like they just stay away and let me do my own thing. Not what I call friendly. Huh. Are you sure you're not just avoiding them? Nah, that's not it. If I had to guess, I'd bet they're all afraid of the scary bestial and her sharp claws. And they're right to be if I ever get too close. It's real easy for me to accidentally cut someone. You know what that sounds like to me, Dinah? You don't want to hurt anyone, so you're subconsciously staying as far away from them as you can. Clever analysis, but I don't think so. Well, let me finish. Remember that time we were holding hands when I was still just a kid? I accidentally grazed one of your claws and started bleeding all over the place. Now, you say you only look after yourself, but I know you've kept them filed down ever since. Ugh, didn't think you would notice that. With a friend I care about as much as you, how could I not? Even so. I won't hear another word of it, Dinah. I've got news to spread. News? What news? Listen to this, everyone. Dinah just told me she's only been distant because she cares about you. Univy, wait! Get back here this instant. Hey, Dinah. Yeah. Oh, nothing. Like I'm gonna buy that. Come on, out with it. Well, it's just been ages since we've gotten to bask in the sun like this. This is the same spot where we used to do it, too. And we'd sneak over into the checkpoint after dark and scare the life out of all the soldiers. We're lucky we never got caught now that I think about it. I can't imagine enjoying the local jail too much. But I guess I understand why Ramona always got so mad at us when we told her about it. I miss those days, you know. We thought we were invincible, that nothing could touch us so long as we were together. Sometimes I wish we were still those same kids. Innocent. Happy. Dinah? Listen to me, Unify. What is it? This war with Zenora is getting worse every day. It's not stopping anytime soon. You never know when I might not be around to protect you anymore. And if I'm not, I want you to go with Elaine. He'll keep you safe, I'm sure of it. What are you talking about, Dinah? We always promised we'd protect each other, not just one way around. You're a good kid, you know that, but sometimes you gotta forget the past and look ahead. Dinah, I can't believe you'd even think such a thing. Hold on, Unify. No, as long as we've known each other, it's always been what you want, what you feel. Well, how about me, huh? Of course I want to make it through this war, but I don't want to do it without you. So please, never talk to me about dying again. I'm sorry, Unify. I wish I could promise that, but the real world's not as pretty as we'd like. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. I don't care. The only thing that matters to me is being with you. Fine, you win. I'm not going anywhere, I swear it. Thank you, Dinah. You're the best friend a girl could ever ask for. I guess this is what I get for indulging you all the time. Hey Dash, thanks for stopping by the stream. We'll catch you next time. What marvelous architecture! Though in truth, nothing could be more wonderful than the unspoiled nature of these lands. Indeed, not even Cornea can boast such verdant forests. Yet I'll not deny your nation bears far more greenery than ours, at least. What is it, Ramona? Look above us there in the sky. Have you ever seen such a magnificent bird before? Only in Elheim, I suppose. They're quite the striking features now that I observe them more closely. Likely as a means of adapting to their environment. All life in Vedrith has developed in such a manner. Why, speaking of birds, there exists a breed in Bastorius which can swim through the ocean with all the elegance of a noble carp. It must feel wonderful to possess the freedom to roam either sky or sea whenever the fancy strikes them. Alas, that particular variety of bird are incapable of conventional flight entirely, but what a lustrous glow these mushrooms boast. I wonder what they taste like. Best to ask in town if they're poisonous first. If only there were a library I could consult on the matter. You truly are similar, you know. I'm sorry? I speak of you and Unify, of course. Your mannerisms are nigh identical. You mean to imply I am as excitable as a teenage girl? Still, I can't exactly help myself. There's much of the world I've never seen, having lived in Bastorius my entire life. I understand how you feel. Whenever our march brings us to new lands, I'm struck by the insatiable urge to know every last detail of the region. After all, you never know what wonders may await behind a neighboring tree or a distant mountain. It appears the two of us have more in common than I realized. It's a welcome surprise, yes. And I must admit, I'm impressed you noticed these birds at all, given how far we are away from where they stood. Don't be. The eyes of an owl are inherently a great deal keener than those of a human. A natural disadvantage, is it? Unfortunately, yes. But feel free to let me know if you ever discover something I haven't. So I shall. Ramona really doesn't get many conversations. In fact, she doesn't even talk to any of the other Bestrels besides Morard and technically Unifi. Ah, Elaine, you're up early. Indeed I am, but I must ask, what is it you're doing out here? Preparing breakfast, of course. I thought to welcome back the evening's patrol with a hearty meal fit for even the most weary of Bestrels. You must care deeply for your brethren if you're willing to put in such effort for them. I do. Even the diverse bloodlines of Pistorius are all but branches on one large family tree. But enough about that, perhaps you'd like to try a bowl. I hope you enjoy. It's my own personal recipe, honed and heightened through years of steady refinement. Looks wonderful, Ramona. And what is it exactly? A humble fish stew comprising thick cuts of salmon in a soup made from only the freshest milk in all the region. Just about every family does it their own special way, and this particular technique is mine alone. And what a delicious stew it is! Rich in flavor, yet gentle on the palate as well. I'm glad it's to your liking. Is everything alright, Ramona? As I'm sure you know, Elaine, Pistorius has historically limited relations with other lands of Fevrith. For better or worse, the majority of Bestrels are wholly indifferent to the outside world. We would much rather focus on our own affairs than concern ourselves in those of others. But I've begun to realize something traveling the lands as we have of late. Just as the manifold Bestral bloodlines strive to help one another, so too should the desperate nations of Fevrith. I very much agree. As for this future you struggle so valiantly to achieve, do you picture Bestrels to be part of it? I do. Although we've much still to learn of each other's customs and cultures. I'm confident conversations such as this will engender a world where all races can live in harmony. What a pure and noble soul you are. I'm grateful to know the ideologies of tomorrow rest firmly in your hands today, and I pray for your success in making the future you believe in an eventual reality. I have no doubt we shall do so together, Ramona. Now come, eat your stew before the frigid air steals all its warmth. Like, Ramona's pretty plot important. I know Unifi and Morard are also important for Pistorius, but Ramona is arguably more important despite not being a central role like them, and she doesn't get much attention. Dinah also gets 3 with Elaine. Dinah also made it onto the box art, even though she's, like, not important at all. Maybe it's just because she has an interesting appearance. But Ramona's not on the box art, and she has a role. Got a favor to ask you, Elaine. What is it? I want you to promise me you'll protect Unifi no matter what happens. And I would be glad to do so, Dinah, but where exactly is this coming from? She's one of the nicest people I've ever met. Always has been. Any fight she sees, she'll go jumping in to break it up. When a friend gets hurt, she's always the first one rushing to help. And when you got something to celebrate, she'll be right there celebrating with you till the sun goes down. If anyone deserves the best that life's got to offer, it's her. I know exactly how you feel. Then there's your answer. Oh, and one more thing. If you ever have to pick between saving my life or saving hers, well, you know what to do. But don't make me ask you again. I won't. Just know that if such a situation ever arose, I would do what it took to protect you both. I appreciate you saying that. But this promise of ours only involves her. Long as she's safe, so that's all that matters. Dinah really smitten for Unifi. All her conversations are about Unifi. Well, actually no. A lot of her other conversations were about being racist towards humans. Ugh, I didn't think it'd be this cold tonight. Thank you both for keeping patrol this evening. I'm certain it was... Watch out! Ah, Unifi! Bastard. Damn it, I couldn't pick up a scent in all the snow. Ugh, are the two of you alright? I think so. Looks like Unifi just fainted for a sec. You're bleeding pretty badly there. Don't worry about me. We need to get Unifi back to camp and have a healer look at you as well. Everything okay? So it would seem. She'll be awake again any moment now. And I'm relieved you weren't hurt either, Dinah. I've also spoken to Joseph about fortifying our perimeter, at least for the time being. That's not what I'm asking about. I want to know how you're doing, Elaine. Much better now. The healer saw to it rather quickly, actually. Though I shall gladly bear any wound to keep the both of you safe, just as I said I would. Well, maybe you should reconsider. I would have been just fine without you getting yourself hurt for me. All the same, Dinah. I made you a promise, and I fully intend to keep it, no matter the cost. Ugh. Oh, I knew you were still hurt. Now go back to your tent and get some rest, Elaine. That's an order. Again, the reports are actually a little bit more involved, featuring other characters and events and enemies and all that stuff. I like it. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Kieran. Good reminder. For everyone. It's late, Dinah. You should really head in there and get some rest. Always quick to offer your opinions, aren't you? Forgive me, I didn't mean to impose. Don't worry, it's nothing worth apologizing over. It's only natural a commander cares about what his soldiers are getting up to. That's all you see me as, right? A soldier? Of course not, Dinah. You're far more to me than just that. Keep your voice down, will you? You're gonna wake up the whole camp if you keep shouting like that. Indeed, I shouldn't have spoken to you in such a manner. Maybe I shouldn't have been so harsh on you, but I really do care too much. Who knows what'll end up killing you, Elaine? Just like I almost did before. You speak true, and yet I'm glad to have kept both of you safe, despite the somewhat severe pain I endured in doing so. Well, it's not worth dying over. There are a lot of people out there who couldn't stand to see you get hurt. Including me. So don't forget to look after yourself, yeah? I won't. Though I can't promise the same if someone I care about is in danger. Someone like you. Elaine, you gotta stop saying these things. Huh. You should get back to camp, Elaine. I'll be there soon enough, so don't go worrying about me while I'm gone. As you wish. Good night, Dinah. Why can't you just hear what I'm telling you, damn it? I mean, I guess that's also part of Elaine's charm, the fact that he's just so nice to everyone all the time. He doesn't realize that he's a little naive. Hey, pretty kitty! Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. No, I do not play Genshin Impact, so I cannot offer my opinions on Genshin Impact. We'll suit Elaine and Bertrand. I'd like to give you these, Prince Elaine. The story is a cold place indeed, but perhaps a pair of mittens can make it a little warmer for you. I appreciate the thought, Bertrand. Thank you. Ah, and this is some armor commonly used by the bear bloodline, though even a human should have no problem wearing it. Are you sure? I feel like those would be way too large. It's a kind gesture, yet I'm not certain I'll even be able to move under the weight of such heavy equipment. A fair point, yes. Forgive me the imposition. Okay, I don't play any Hoyo games, and I refuse to. Let's put it that way. Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, none of that for me. Keep it away from me. I merely wish to prepare for any possibility, so I never again come to regret not doing so. And I value that input, but I promise you, all of us are doing everything we can to ensure we live to see another day. My son gave the same assurance moments before he marched to his death. I'm sorry for making you relive such a painful memory. Don't apologize. To be honest, the reason I've been so insistent on helping you is because of how deeply you remind me of him. But it's clear now my concern is unneeded. That's not true at all. If it brings you peace of mind, I would gladly accept any kindness you're willing to give. Thank you, Prince Elaine. It is a true honor to fight beside one such as beside one as open-hearted as you. And of course, he gets a 2-chain with Govil. Look at us, sharing drinks like a couple of old pals. I can't say I've ever expected it, though unlike you, this is water I have, not alcohol. Never met a guy who doesn't like his liquor, but don't worry, I won't push it. By the way, Bertrand, what do you think you'll do once this all war's over? First, I plan to help my village rebuild. After that, I'm not entirely sure. Yep, that sounds like you. Me, I'm gonna pick up where my grandpa left off before he died, running a tavern in one of the local towns. I had no idea you had tradesman blood in your family. Good news is I won't even have to fix up the building. It's still standing just as tall as I remember it. It's a fine idea, I'll cede that, but have you ever actually run a business before? I can't imagine it's an easy task with no prior experience. It's not, but my grandpa taught me everything he knew. Back when the world was a bit calmer. Just got one problem. What is it? Well, it's not exactly in the best area. The place fills up quick with angry drunks, miserable beggars, poor souls looking to swipe a mug or two. The old man had some real trouble with them too. A far cry from the picturesque little alehouse I envisioned. Hey, feel free to say no to this if you want, but what do you think about being my shield? Protecting the tavern, you mean? I would expect you're more than capable of handling such undertakings yourself. You know, this is me you're talking about, right? I start fights, not prevent them. With a big guy like you keeping watch, nobody even think about stealing from us. That solves the problem way better than my sword does, if you ask me. More peaceful, too. Well, what do you say? I wouldn't be guarding the tavern so much as the people who frequent it. You say something over there? And I could use something to motivate me once the war comes to a close. Very well, Govil. I'll pay you a visit once my village is restored. You will? I mean, yeah, of course you will. Can't wait. Oh, I like the friendship between those two. And to think that a lot of people probably won't recruit both of them. Because usually you recruit one or the other unless you take the hard path, which I think was well worth it, even though that fight was quite the challenge for me. Aw, Govil only gets one conversation with Elaine as well. It's too bad. We're kind of getting to the part where all the characters we have left are the ones that have very few conversations. I see your tail's wagging, Govil. Is there something you're feeling especially pleased with? Not really, no. It just kind of does that sometimes, like when I see a friend home safe. You mean to say my presence is the cause of such a phenomenon? Now that I think about it, this very thing used to happen to the dog on Polivia whenever she saw me. I'm not a pet, you know. How would you feel if I said you reminded me of a damn monkey? Not especially thrilled, I suppose. Forgive my lack of manners, Govil. Besides, you're far more majestic than those adorable little dogs could ever hope to be. Oh yeah? Hey. Think I can get used to majestic. Not that I blame you for thinking a puppy's cute. Same thought crosses my mind whenever I see a little human running around town. Just can't help going over to ruffle their hair, you know? Somehow I struggle to imagine that. Wouldn't dream of treating an adult like that though, and I suggest you start thinking the same. You tell any bestial they remind you of a pet, they might just try and rip your throat out. The wag of his tail appears to say otherwise. Oh, what a good boy. He gets a conversation with Jerome. But is it with Jerome, or is it with Jerome's horse? We got a problem, old man. Well, we got a problem, old man. Ah, Sir Govil, I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. I mean our last battle. You kept standing back instead of rushing the enemy. Is that horse of yours just for show or what? You should be up at the front with me, not sitting around while everyone else does all the work. Perhaps, but I thought it prudent to formulate a strategy first, rather than charge in with reckless abandon. Well, I guess you've got a point there. That doesn't change the fact that you're too damn careful. You've got some speed too, real shame we never see you use it. I suppose I do err on the side of caution, yes. As you've stated, that does occasionally cause me to miss opportunities to strike. Now you're getting it. You and me will be clawing at Zenora's throat before they even know what hit him. However, there's no danger greater than a careless offensive, such as the heedless aggression you showed in our most recent battle. I guess I might have gotten a little carried away, yeah. And yet this could be the ideal moment to address both our shortcomings. When the flames of war next lap at our feet, I shall stand beside you leading the charge. Now you're talking, and don't worry, I won't move a muscle till you give the word. That's what partners do, right? Suddenly they're partners now? That was cute. Okay, now we're really getting into the characters that have like no conversations. Father Almighty. Bryce, is something the matter? Well, speak of the devil, I got a question I want to ask you. Feels like it's barely been days since I joined the Liberation, but the second people find out I'm keeping an eye on you, they come running over to me. For what purpose exactly? To tell me how good a leader you are, or how thoughtful you are, or a million different things. All good, of course. The whole damn army won't shut up about it. They trust you, kid, more than most people trust their own reflections. Huh. It's a nice thing to hear, despite the inconvenience it seems to be causing you. The way they talk, I figured it was just a matter of time till you got all smug over it. But you never let it get to your head, and I guess what I'm wondering is, how? How do you stay so damn grounded when everyone else keeps trying to lift you up? Because there's only one reason I'm even here, to restore my home to its rightful rulers. As much as I might want it, no amount of praise will ever bring my mother back. Yet I can reclaim her nation. Our nation. And I seek to do the same not only for Cornea, but for all of Thevra's people. Any trust I've gained, any soldier I recruit is ultimately for that purpose, and that alone. Huh. All these years I've been looking for a place me and my men can call home. And here you are winning that home for the whole damn continent. It's funny, I came into this trying to see if you even deserve to be king. Now I'm actually looking forward to the day you finally are. And then perhaps you'd consider simply trusting me, rather than always holding that spear at my back. Think I'll do a bit of both if you don't mind. Oh, and keep it up, Commander. Ooh, one with Fedokia. We haven't seen him much today. A mere thief training as though he were a soldier and true? Ridiculous. You got that right, but I'm part of the Liberation, same as you. Have to do whatever it takes to prove I'm worth keeping around. What admirable mentality. It would seem I'll have to revise my assessment of you. No need, you were right, you know. Now just do me a favor and leave me to it, yeah? Apologies, but I'll not acquiesce so easily. Perhaps I could teach you an old family technique to offset my earlier incivility. Now you're talking my language. Heed well then, as I'm certain you know, angels such as I are capable of striking at our foes from any and all directions. As such, the only reward you'll earn from aiming your shield straight ahead is a divine sword in your unprotected back. No, to properly combat an angel, you need both fleetness of foot and extreme adaptability. Now bear witness to the radiant light which shelters all. That's not seriously what it's called, is it? Oh my god! Holy! Well, with such technique amidst your arsenal, none shall ever harm you or your allies again. But did you even really teach him anything, Fedokia? You just kind of flew around him really fast. And Fedokia, how come you can't move that fast for me, huh? Huh? Yeah, I don't know, I feel like I was about to pass out just watching you. For about a moment's use, yet true mastery can only come after half an hour of uninterrupted practice. Ah! Perhaps I've grown weak behind the invulnerable walls of Paeston. Maybe you're better off just letting people fend for themselves then. They can't really attack while you're fluttering around them. I'll show you. Ah! Dokia, I didn't realize you were so goofy. I should think it rather lucky Zenora an arrow hit your back, then, yes? Better than risk your wings being injured, I expect. It's the opposite, actually. Feathers provide far greater protection than mere skin ever could. Thus, I should have used them to deflect the blow instead of allowing it to strike me unimpeded. I never imagined they would be so strong, given how they look. Not to mention, you can fly with them. I must admit, I'm somewhat jealous. You are? Ah, my apologies. I suppose that's an impolite thing to say to an angel. Yet I understand the feeling well. I often used to be jealous of humans myself. I once even sought to sever my own wings in an attempt to become one of you. What could have driven you to do such a thing? Despite our similarities, there shall always be an inherent separation between my kind and yours. Some amongst us even look down upon humans as little more than vulgar creatures in need of our aid. In the world at large as well, our two races are never viewed as equals, no matter the situation. Hence, angels such as I find it difficult to truly sympathize with the sorrows of humanity. That distance is surely the reason Lady Scarlet left me here the day she departed for Palavian shores. I'm certain she cares not for what race you are, Renice, only that you are the same woman she remembers from all those years ago. Yet the question still plagues my heart. Is it truly appropriate for me to stand beside her? I believe you already know the answer to that. It's clear in the kindness she's always borne for you, as well as the sheer delight which crossed her face upon your reunion. Yes, you're absolutely right, my prince. Are you hurt, Renice? I came right away when I heard what happened. I'm okay, thank you. And more importantly, so is Lady Scarlet. Speaking of whom, we're due to deploy again any minute now, yes? I must return to her at once. Hold a moment. I'll not let you march into battle injured like you are, nor would Scarlet want you to do so. You attempt much the same thing when first we met, as I'm certain you remember. Yet if something were to happen to her in my absence... No harm shall come to her, I promise it on my very life. As for you, every moment of every day is spent thinking of someone other than yourself. You mustn't forget to turn that kindness inward at times, else you lose sight of what matters most. Now stay and see to your recovery however necessary. I shall stand guard over Scarlet for you. You would truly do such a thing? I would, and I must ask as well, have you hidden any other injuries from me? Tell me the truth, Renice. Indeed I have. I thought as much. Tell me, how do I become as kind-hearted as you, my prince? I'm sorry? Whenever I speak with you, or with Lady Scarlet, I sense an inexpressible warmth lurking somewhere beneath the surface. Yet every time I attempt to demonstrate that same warmth myself, to help you both as you help me, it seems all I can do is cause you pain and distress. I've never once thought that about you, though it is difficult for us when you fail to look after your own well-being. So in my opinion, if you truly wish to show us kindness, you must first learn how to do the same for yourself. But how? Consider what you would say if Scarlet were hurt. You would ask her to rest, yes? All you need to do is treat your own health, and your own happiness just as you would hers. I understand. Forgive me for making you explain it in such detail. If I might add one last thing, Renice. To push beyond your limits for the sake of those you love is another form of kindness as well. One in which you far exceed anyone else I'd ever met. I'm glad you believe so, my prince. Oh, that's nice. It's like a common theme among some of these characters, especially the ones who are like stewards of others, like Colm and Leia and Renice. I heard His Holiness had long since risen to the heavens, and Father Sinaccio was simply deceiving us. Yes, and while the Orthodoxy claimed to be neutral in the war, the pitiful man was at Zenora's every beck and call. Do you think he planned to install himself as the next Pontifex? Father Senatio would never do such thing. She speaks true. Such was never my intent. Yet given the breadth of sins I committed, I'll not blame you for believing otherwise. Father, Nevertheless, I live on in search of atonement, day after agonizing day. And in the name of Lady Scarlet's sacred charge, a duty we shall accomplish no matter the cost. All the same, I shall deservedly bear any insult, should it grant your enduring anger a worthy focus. Huh. As if it could bring His Holiness back to us. I'll have no end to my words for you. Come, let us not waste our time with this traitor any longer. If memory serves correct, you must be Lady Scarlet's former lady-in-waiting, yes? I am. It's been some time indeed, Father. Yet you needn't defend me as though it was still your pastor. You too are a victim of my inaction. After all, I've word you were severely wounded in the resistance effort our church did nothing to support. Hence, should you too wish to criticize me, I've no cause to dissent. You asked me to speak ill of you just as they did. I could never be so heartless. But, Lady Renice, I've heard much of your misdeeds, the regret you bear for what you've done, yet at the heart of your every action was a deep and immutable love for the orthodoxy and her adherents. And now you seek not to flee from the sins of your past, but confront them directly. I can never bring myself to condemn such strength of will. Forgive me, I didn't intend to dishonor you so. Pay me no mind, Father. All I hope is you can find peace within yourself. I'm not certain I deserve such kindness, but I thank you for it all the same. So in this game, they establish that the elves live longer than the humans, and the Bestrels do too, but they never really establish if the angels do. But they must, because Senatio looks so young, but he's like... I know they never tell us his age, but he must be pretty senior in the Orthodoxy, so I imagine he's quite old. But they never really give us details on that. How are you feeling, Jerome? Better now, thank you. The wound is healed. I shall surely stand ready to partake in the next battle. It's a relief to hear. And if you'll forgive the question, what are those letters you're carrying? Correspondence from my citizens back in Largian. They arrived only this morning. As you might imagine, I've grown rather worried for their well-being since departing the city. Yet before I found opportunity to ask of their fortune myself, they began to send me missives, such as these of their own accord. It's clear they bear a great deal of trust in you, more than almost any other lord I've encountered on my travels. I was always so frantic when I lived amongst them, but the more you hasten, the less you truly see of your surroundings. Who was my effort truly for? To where was I racing all that time? Such anxieties often plagued my mind. But now to know they think of me frequently enough to send me letters, I must admit I feel at great peace. I'm pleased to know that, no matter what may come in the days ahead, we shall rid our land of Zenoira, my prince, and restore Fevrith to its natural harmony. Oh, for my people and for all who reside on this beloved continent of ours. Indeed we shall. One day you'll return to them, Jerome. Just imagine the joy on their faces when you do. Such thoughts are a small comfort for now. Thank you, my prince. Hey, Sai, welcome back from work. Hope you had a good day. Jerome actually gets 2 conversations with Elaine, even though like Bertrand and Goval only got 1. I guess it's because Jerome doesn't have like 2 conversations with anyone, so you might as well have one with Elaine. Oh, I totally forgot about this character. You really do worry too much, Lord Jerome. Perhaps so, but I simply had to return after receiving those letters from our people, if even for a moment. That's why you came back. Maybe my fears are all for nothing. Oh. How fares the city, Jerome? Quite well, in large part thanks to you, and the Knights of the Sacred Heart, of course. They've managed to restore a semblance of normalcy to these lands rather quickly, and I'm thankful to say. It's a fine thing to hear. Know how deeply you care for your humans. Or citizens' humans. Once Corny is at last restored, I hope to rule my kingdom in much the same way. Speaking of which, my prince, shouldn't you be off saving the world rather than wasting precious days here in our modest province? It's alright, we've more than enough time to spare. In fact, Prince Elaine was considerate enough to arrange a brief visit after hearing of the missives I received. So that really is why you're here. I didn't want to bring this up and risk wounding your pride, Lord Jerome. But all this time I thought you'd been relieved of your duties with the liberation. You what? I assure you, Jerome here is one of the most tireless hands we could ever ask for. At times he's even been known to present us with a pie or two as a way of growing closer to his fellow soldiers. Must you mention that, my prince? That sounds just like him, yes. I couldn't tell you how many of his incredible baked goods I've enjoyed myself, or how many he's provided for the city. I even saw him giving some souvenirs from your travels to a couple of local kids just now. That's quite enough, thank you. It's a pleasure we have someone like you amidst our ranks, Jerome. And together we shall defeat Zenora and safeguard the home you hold so dear. As was my intention when I agreed to join you. Let us see it through to the very end, my prince. Well then, it appears we should be going now. I would much prefer not to halt our army's advance any further than I already have. A moment, Lord Jerome. I just want to say, I'm glad you decided to come back to us. And so is everyone else too. But even in your absence, we've been getting word of all the great deeds you and the liberation have accomplished. So keep that fire burning strong and win the peace this world deserves. I shall strive to do just that. I only pray my presence doesn't hinder their progress. Oh, and one more thing. Try not to bother the prince too much, will you? After all, who knows when he might decide to oust you for real? Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. I'm sure you'll be just fine. Be well, my lord. Thank you, Lottie. Now I believe it's time I take my leave. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Wait, all my remaining characters only have conversations with Elaine. Because we've already done all their other ones. And they don't have conversations amongst themselves. Ah, it's humorous. Perhaps I should... Or perhaps not. It'd be funny if the conversation just ended there. Hello, my prince. Forgive me for asking this, but why have you been avoiding me? I'm not sure what you mean. These past few days, you've seemed to flee at the mere sight of me. What if I hoped to speak with you? And did you? It must have been a rather important message if you want to deliver it yourself. Something like my expulsion from the Liberation. How could you even think such a thing? Scarlet and I chose to accept you into the army of our own volition. We know why you felt your actions necessary, and I would likely have done the same had I been in your position. That and Scarlet has missed you greatly in the years since she left Albion. She has. Nothing I could do to unmake the wrongs of my past. I'm well aware of that fact. But I also don't want to cause any more trouble for you or Scarlet than I already have. I'm sorry, Elaine. I'll try to be a little less distant from now on. Please, it's not a matter worth apologizing over. Maybe not, but I will atone for my lapse in judgment, even if laying down my life is the only way to do so. Do remember to be kind to yourself as well, Humorous. I'll try. Hello there, Humorous. My prince. Be calm, I beg you. I've only come to give you this. It's a rare Cordian flower, as far as I can tell. I thought perhaps it might be a variety you've never encountered before. This is a Corvinia. It only grows in the deepest forests and wilts just 7 days after it first blooms. As beautiful a life as it is fleeting. You know it then. I do, but I've never actually seen one in person before. These delicate white petals are simply breathtaking. Why have you given this to me? Because you like flowers, of course. That's not what I mean. Ah, you speak of my intention. I suppose I thought it might convince you to drop your guard around me. Even if only slightly. Does looking at it not make you feel more at ease? The more we speak, the more I realize how ungrateful I've been toward you. You and Scarlet have shown me nothing but compassion, while I've continued to let myself be tormented by my past. I even fled at the very sight of you. That wasn't very nice, no. I just hope you can forgive me for what I've done. There's no need for that, Humorous. At least, as long as you don't start avoiding me again. I wouldn't even consider it. Oh, and thank you for the flower, Elaine. I love it. Oh, Sai, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. 23 months. We're almost getting to 2 years. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you so much for all your support. Fudokia doesn't even get 2 conversations with Elaine. He gets only 1 conversation with each of these people. Let's see if he spins around in this one as well. Are you certain you're well enough to fight, Fudokia? Indeed I am, owing wholly to yourself and Lady Scarlet. At first I failed to understand why you chose to let me live. Yet I realize now you wish to grant me an opportunity to seize revenge against Zenora. That isn't why. In truth, it seems almost cruel at times to have kept you alive whilst you suffer such immense pain. But I believe that pain to be a gift in a way. The ability to redeem others who have known a similar grief under Zenoran rule. I pray that with your aid we can ensure none will ever have to experience what you did. 'Tis a merciless way to think of the world. Forgive me. Please lift your gaze. After the torment I inflicted upon my citizens out of pure spite, I cannot claim to be any better. Yet together we shall purge the dark stain of Zenora from these shores, and in doing so, see that no further innocents are met with an early demise. Then let us take up arms once more, Fudokia, not as enemies, as we were before, but as allies. Kind of a short conversation. Oh good, Sonatio gets 2 at least. Kind of interested in seeing where his conversations go. I know you're watching me, Sonatio. As you have been for at least the past few days now. I hadn't expected you would notice. It was difficult not to, considering you've even observed me partaking in the occasional hot springs. Is there something you need from me? Oh, Sonatio. Not as such, no. Yet our very future shall be cast to the wind should anything happen to the savior of this world. Hence, 'tis necessary I keep a careful eye on you when Lady Scarlet is unable to do so herself. I'll not be negligent in this duty. For if I were, I would betray the faith Nigel placed in me when he elected to remain here in Albion. Ah, you mean to say you lament failing to tell him the truth about the Pontifex? Under different circumstances, it seems likely the 2 of you could have been fine friends indeed. Such a future may have been possible had I not erred in my ways. But I'll not stray from the Father's path again, both for my own sake and for Nigel's. 'Tis the least I could do in return for the boundless compassion which Lady Scarlet has graced me with. A fair assessment, I suppose. My assurance of your safety is one further step on the path to atonement. All the same, it's somewhat unsettling to know assurance extends into the serenity of the hot springs as well. But perhaps you'd be willing to join me instead. A sinner such as I, sharing a moment of leisure with the savior of our lands? I should hardly think it appropriate. I don't mind myself. We could even invite Lex if you wish for further company. This is divine duty, my savior, not some jaunt undertaken for my own amusement. And I'm certain you can still fulfill that duty, even if you have a bit of fun in the meantime. Very well, I'll not dispute your appeals any longer. See, Sonatio's a character that I think, if they had time to actually properly write him and develop him, he'd be kind of interesting. But because the end of the game's kind of rushed, his atonement and his whole, like, sins and stuff are compounded so quickly out of nowhere. Which is a shame, because I like his design. But I can understand he's probably one of the most hated characters in this game among people who discuss it. For good reason, I think. Of the playable characters, I mean. And plus, he joins you at like the very end, so you barely get a chance to use him. Huh, I've never seen someone slip and fall all the way in before. Enough of these antics, Lex, I beg you. Sorry, no can do. Oh, just wait till Scarlet hears about this. I fear I'll never hear the end of this for as long as I live. Are you alright, Sonatio? You took quite the fall there. I'm glad you appear to be mostly unharmed, though. Only thanks to my wings cushioning the landing. I hadn't realized how terribly slick the ground would be when wet, yet I promise you it shall never happen again. In fact, I shall abstain from joining you here from this moment forth. Such is the appropriate punishment for failing to keep proper watch over you. Ah yes, that's how this all began in the first place. Had you forgotten, my savior? I suppose I had, at least. The only matter I could focus on was how much you were enjoying yourself. You seemed to have a great time today, despite the abject chaos in which it had ended. I would be lying if I said I hadn't. While much unlike that of prayer, the purifying aura of these hot springs is a comfort in itself. Yet again, comfort is not the reason I'm here. If you speak of your duty, worry not. All that matters is you took pleasure in the pursuit, and for my part, I wish to return with you again soon. You flatter me, Prince. But should that be your wish, I'll not refuse. On our next visit, I promise I shall see to your safety, and endeavor to ease my mind all the while. I'm glad some of Sanatio's conversations aren't just about his redemption, though. I mean, it's an important part of his character, obviously, but he has such few conversations. I don't want all of them to be about him redeeming himself. Amalia, too. Why doesn't she get 2 conversations at least with Elaine? I feel so sad she only gets 4 conversations total. You seem to be entirely unaware of Zenora's dominion when you first arrived here, Amalia. I take it that means the flames of this brutal war never reached your home. It's fine, yeah, just a lonely little village out in the middle of the mountains. The kind of place you could spend years looking for and never come close to finding. Why would you live in such a remote region? Shouldn't come as a surprise knowing what the old man was trying to do. And if anyone caught on, an heir would be the least of his worries. Bastard. But that only raises another question. Why'd you leave? Because possessed or not, I wasn't gonna let him rule my life, or my body. So I started training, learned all the techniques my proud ancestor was so damn eager to pass down. You mean to say your skill is entirely self-taught? Sure is. You heard the old man, it's nothing close to the real thing. Anyway, eventually I figured out he only took control of me when there was someone strong he wanted to fight. That's why I stayed put all those years, didn't want to risk setting him loose on the world. Now I never have to worry about that again. I suppose not, no. Still, all that time I had no idea there was a war going on right outside my doorstep. Of course, the Colosseum's the only thing I was after when I left. Yet whether you intended it or not, you were forced to help us defend its walls. I imagine you rather enjoyed that part though, given the powerful opponents you were able to face. Huh, you get me better than most do, Elaine. Long as there's people to fight, I'm there. Even without the old man pushing me to do it. Then I'm glad you decided to join us rather than our enemies. Thank you again, Amalia. Woohoo! And with that, all the reports in the game are finished. I'm glad I did that. Like, again, I said before, originally I wasn't going to do all the reports in the game because I thought everyone had 3 conversations with all the reports. When it turned out that actually very few characters do, then it was an easy decision. And we got to learn a lot about the characters, even the ones that we didn't really use that much, or the ones we didn't get to see very much of. So, obviously the last thing to do in the game is the final quest, Unicorn Overlord, which we will do next stream. But also, in order to get the best ending of the game, we need to also get married and visit all the sanctuaries as well. So I'm gonna do that. And since we have time, I'm gonna do that now. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm gonna cut the video here because I want to separate the right of the unicorn and the maiden into its own video. But if you're watching this live on stream, we're gonna continue doing it right away. So for those of you on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video.